just quickly need to hop out of the reality I'm in, because this was my test reality. Don't mind that. Ignore everything you saw. Nothing you saw was real. So, this is Voin. This is a first-person hack and slash. People were saying in the reviews that there's a touch of roguelike in there. I haven't died in my test, so I don't know what dying does. So there could be some truth to that. I do not know for a fact yet. What I do know is this feels real good. Moves very well. It's very satisfying in the destruction to your enemies. And I got it relatively cheap, because over on Green Man it's cheaper than it would be on Steam if you have anything on that. Now, I'll quickly run through the settings for y'all. Turn the motion blur back on. Anyway, I have retro mode on because it pixelates things a little bit and it actually kind of looks neat. And interestingly enough, something in how retro mode works was actually taking some of the work off my video card. And it was actually working the video card decently hard. So for safety, as far as our recent issues went, I left the retro mode on, both because it's neat and, like I said, just in case. Because this game moves pretty fast, and it's better to push the frames rather than the visuals. Almost forgot one thing. There we go, that one thing's fixed. Yeah, good amount of options in here. Good frame rate limit options, field of view is handy, sharpness gets most everything you're gonna want. I am interested about the limited colors. I haven't messed with it. I may or may not mess with it on camera because I don't know entirely what effects it'll have. And of course, if you want to see health bars, you can. There is slow-mo on killing. I'm getting rid of that because I don't like slow-mo personally, but the option is on by default for those that are interested in that. There's a decent amount of camera bobbing options and screen shake. I left all this default as well. I may turn some of the camera bob off just for sake of my sanity. We'll see. As you can see, I played for about a half hour yesterday to make sure this was something I was willing to play. But we will be starting fresh for sake of the file here.
Lightning.
And I'll let this speak for itself.
I am your master, and you are the pinnacle of my creation. Rise now, and serve me and the world. Rise now.
You told me to rise and now I'm falling. I feel like I'm not understanding the assignment here. That's the ground. Fun fact, this game doesn't have fall damage, so we'll never have to worry about that. So that'll all get covered as the tutorial goes along. You let me know if this is too loud, because the music kind of back and forth now and then, so it may be that when it kicks in it gets a little loud, and it's certainly sounding a little bit like it right now, so I may do an audio touch-up. We have sword now. As you can see, that's what all of our buttons basically are. We have dodging, we have jumping, we have heavy attacks that are pulled on the left click, which you can also look at your left and right clicks as horizontal and vertical attacks, though the right click is tied to a rune system that we'll get into as the tutorial progresses. Just take a quick glance at the audio sliders again. No, even when it went at its peak, it doesn't look like it went too crazy. I'll give it a nudge down as far as music goes, just to be on the safe side, though. Game's music is good, but I'd rather not have it be blowing people out of their seats. Touch the voice volume down a little bit, sound effects down a little bit. Okay. If I need to adjust it more, as always, let me know. And here we have our enemies approaching. These little freaks. When they turn yellow, that indicates they're attacking, so you want to dodge when you see yellow. Or that happens. Those 4 icons you see in the bottom left, as you might imagine, are our health. Looks like it's not going to redo the tutorial messages, because like, oh no, there we go, there's some of them. Yeah, you actually create lightning when you fall too far instead of taking damage. So that's fun. Whee! What's up, boys? Hey, a new sword. Go ahead and put that in my pocket. Now, everything you pick up on the go will be red like that, and if you die with red items, they will disappear. Yep, there's the game popping up its tutorials. I will say, the tutorial has a bad habit of being kind of poorly timed, in that I'm almost always trying to attack something when the tutorial message pops. I noticed that, like, through the entire tutorial. Oh yeah, neat trick we can do. Put my weapon away. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay. Yeah, you move faster with your weapon put away, and you'll automatically do a jumping attack if you draw your weapon while charging something. You basically just attack while your sword's away, and you'll jump. It's kind of fun. That's the other bit that it just mentioned there. Your health system is tied to attacking enemies. You have 4 charges of health by default, and every few hits you get a charge back. So as long as you stay on top of things, you're probably going to be pretty good most of the time. Just don't, like, try to stand there and tank your way to victory, or you're probably going to die. There's the explanation of what I was just doing there. Though I did not mention the super dashes. The super dashes are great because they let you cover a lot more distance. And you can chain 3 of them together. Looks like that might be the highest point I can get to. Oh, hi guys. Hang on. Now, if you don't mind, I was exploring my surroundings. There's actually, like, a bunch of hidden stuff in this game, like what the game showed, which was this chest here. As you might imagine, we want to open every chest we can find and grab all of the goodies we can find anywhere, because we want that currency in the upper right, and if we press tab, we have an inventory. You can equip 1 rune... I always do that. You can equip 2 weapons, 1 rune, 1 ring, 1 necklace, 1 artifact, and most importantly, 1 heart. Your heart determines your max health and has a bunch of very important effects to it, otherwise that we'll get into as we get them. We'll go ahead and slap the Wind Riser on as our second weapon, which, with weapon drawn, you just press F and you can switch between the 2 swords you have. It can actually be quite important having the right sword for the job. Surprise! Oh yeah, that control input you see down there is a kick as well, which can be fun. Just punches right through your enemies. Ah! Oh, like that. I'm sure if something's a little more sturdy than the basic guys, you might be able to move them with the kick, because the little bit of one of the trailers I saw did show kicking enemies off ledges, and I would really love to do that. Take note of the knockback charges that the tutorial over there mentions, by the way, because they can actually be a really big help towards keeping you alive. Especially when you do what I did, which I'll explain when we get to the actual, like, difficulty selections and such. Because I did something stupid, but it was funny. These guys are slightly dangerous. They're a little bit more durable, and that charge of theirs is pretty prone to catching at the very least me. Because I usually try to rush them down and fail. Anything up here? Nope. Just lots of shiny, crystalline ice. Whee! We get a gift, which is a rune. This is how they teach you about equipping runes. Do I want the major runes of energy flow? Reduce power cooldown for each rune charged and every rune spent by runic strike. Because that's how that works, is, as I mentioned, every attack charges runes and then runic strike spends them all. You can also just runic strike without runes, but it doesn't do nearly as much. Nope, I like this version of the Rune of Gathering Storm. Specifically, I like that headhunting effect down there. Anything that raises my damage makes me happy. Okay, what it wants you to do is do a proper runic strike on this ice here to break it. So let's gather a little bit, and bam. Open up. I don't know why those doors open vertically like that. They really look like they'd be designed to open horizontally, and they just slide out of the way instead. It's slightly strange. Gonna put that away because we don't need it. Sup, boys? It's party time. Yeah, now you see why I said there's gonna be a little bit of blood, though, when I mentioned this on social media. It's not a lot of blood, but there's just like a little bit. Like, you're definitely making a mess. Considering a piece of a body just landed on my head there, for example. Yeah, you may notice... Oh, we got a bit of a dead-end situation here, huh? Conveniently, the thing they blasted open is our salvation. We can actually just go this way. But first, we got a new heart. This one's actually pretty good. 5% chance to avoid losing a charge, and it's got one more heart charge than default. So it's pretty useful. Ooh, I've not seen this ring yet. But I like the idea of perfect dodges making clones. Because there is a perfect dodge system to this game. If you dodge as they're going to hit you, you will actually do a perfect dodge, and that makes you temporarily invincible and all kinds of fun stuff like that. In this particular case, whee! Ah, that didn't work. I didn't jump high enough. I was going to lightning strike them. The little wind swirls you see me throwing by were unique to this sword that I'm using. Every time I do a heavy attack, it throws wind blades out, which are fun. Because not only is it a free boost of damage, but it's great for knocking them down without me having to reach them. Well, he's in pieces. Shame for him, really. Come here, you. That's another nice thing with this game, by the way, is you can hold a charge and still dash at the same time. So you can actually properly return the favor when something tries to swing at you instead of having to restart your charge every time you dodge. Now, there's one important thing I want to get out of the way early for this as well, and that is this is a solo dev project. There's only one developer at all on this project. So any questions, comments, or concerns, understand that they can only be so readily fixed by one person. So far this has been a very smooth game, and it is in early access, so bear that in mind as well. But I've had zero issues with it thus far, but remember what I said, I only played for a half an hour or so. Things could still easily go wrong, but I have a decent amount of positive feeling towards this at the moment. Now, our lightning sword's pretty good. The chain lightning from it's pretty nice. But I'm gonna go ahead and let go of that in favor of the iron claymore for fun. But yeah, that mote we picked up allows us to pick one of 3 powers. Vortex, which is throw sword and it spins. Rune Infusion, which makes you hit harder and faster. And then Lightning Sting, which is a backwards jump followed by a stab. In testing, I took Vortex, and Vortex is exactly what it says on the tin. Not remarkably exciting, but pretty useful. Let's try Lightning Sting. I presume we can find more motes of power. I didn't see any other ones in my testing. Nor did I end up... where's my brain on that one? Nor did I end up getting any as I leveled. So I presume that they are like a find them in the world type deal. What do I have? There we go. Show off the claymore a bit. As you might imagine from a claymore, it's got more reach, it's slower, but it hits like a pound of bricks. Pound of bricks? No, ton of bricks. Right, please. Keep up with the thought process here. I know you're reveling in the destruction right now, but I need you on task. Yeah, you only get 3 dash charges, and you can't, like, necessarily sprint per se, but you can keep moving pretty quick, even if you don't want to use the super dashes all the time. Get used to those anchors as well. Hey, I'm explaining things. Could you kindly wait your turn? You really don't have much hope in this fight anyway. Good day, sir. Nice and easy. And we got a black razor from that, which is also a pretty good sword. It's one of the fast ones. Yeah, our work here is done. Now we go to the hub, the Amarict. You can cleanse anything you picked up, which is important to do so you don't lose it. We can also go in here into the Hall of Reflection to level up. That gate over there is how we level. And every area in here has a bunch of these warp points that let you travel them faster. Ta-da! We gained a level. Now you'll notice we only gained 1 level. We have enough points to level up again, so you just walk back through the gate and you level up again. I believe it's so that you could save money in order to make other purchase decisions, because if we go over here to the Molten Cathedral, you will find a whole bunch of stuff here too. Most importantly, you touch this, and for free, all of your stuff's cleansed. Everything you own is now permanently yours, or as far as I know. You can make things stronger. Any of the variety of things you have, as you can see there, it costs to upgrade things that you actually have, but they will, you know, get better. I don't know how much better. I haven't used that mechanic yet. Over here, you'll notice you can satiate a primeval or firstborn artifact. I don't know what that means yet because I didn't get any of those, but as far as I can tell, they're very powerful, and you can also combine 2 primevals to make a firstborn here. So presumably firstborn is like the best thing you could possibly get. So, you know, there's all of the information that I have on all of those mechanics. We don't need to go back to the Hall of Reflection. We just want to go over here to the vestibule. Because over here is our exit. But before we exit, we should probably finalize our decisions here. Ooh, I can get another copy of Headhunting on. No, I like the idea of Focus Fire. Balances with the Headhunting quite nicely. But yeah, this is what makes the Black Razor neat. The first text in any of these is unique to the weapon. The second one is a random effect it happened to get. The fact that the Black Razor has a chance to instant kill is just really, really potentially useful. Like, obviously you see that the chances aren't very high, but it's a fast weapon, so you can kind of just whack away at something and it might just drop dead. But out here is where we go to actually progress the universe here and actually go do gameplay instead of hanging around the base. We teleport all the way across this gap to over here, and here's your difficulty sliders. You can increase the quantity of enemies, how strong they are, and how many elites and nasty versions you get. Now I'm gonna demonstrate first what I did on my first time playing this. Quantity all the way up. Didn't touch anything else, just cranked the quantity to yes. And it was absolutely fine. Honestly, I'm actually gonna go ahead and bump the toughness up 1 too. I'm gonna leave the enormity thing alone because it's also apparently inactive. We might need to actually do something to trigger that. But after you do that, you just go to the portal that's lit up, which is this one over here at the moment, and you'll notice very different looking place through that hole there. Whee! And now we're here. Now we're here where all kinds of nasty things live. And we're gonna go kill them all. Because that's what we do. That's our job. Sup, boy? boys. Okay, they survive a hit now, so that's good for them. Well, they survive a regular hit. I can't just, like, tap them on the shoulder with my sword and they die anymore. So upping their toughness probably was a good idea. And I do appreciate that you actually have that much control over those settings. It's like, say you want, like, super strong enemies that you can actually, like, spend some time dueling with. You could probably just crank the count down as low as you can, but crank the toughness to yes, so that they're durable. Or in my case, you just want to mow through crowds. You leave the toughness reasonably low and you crank the quantity. There are still stronger enemies around. Because, like, I did see a boss in here when I was in here and testing. It seems rather sandboxy in that you just kind of go to these zones and do what you wish. Because at any point we can leave. Is somewhere in the sky, there we go. We can ask for a portal back. I'm not gonna use it right now. Because why would I? I just got here. But just so you all know that we always have a way out. You just have to be able to get back to it. And I'm sure there's people that play this way faster than I am. I'm just kind of taking my time and having a good time. Oh, there we go. There's your tutorial on that. You have to have open access to the sky in order to be able to call for the portal, though. This place is really lucrative, though. It's a very small room with potentially a bunch of enemies, depending on your settings. Obviously, mine, there's a lot of dudes in here. So a lot of ichor to be had. But all of those coffins in there have stuff in them. I thought he was gonna die before he finished swinging. That's why I didn't move. Grab all the goodies. But I do appreciate that this game kind of doesn't force you to play in any particular way. It's just like, hey, go do stuff. Go smash things. You'll either live or you won't. Good luck. You'll figure it out. Ooh, fancy barbarian blade. Not bad, not bad. More goodies. Viper's blade. There we go. Let's have a look at what we picked up, shall we? Performing runic strike with all runes charged. Copies the slash 3 times to random nearby monsters. That's pretty nice. Pretty nice. I like my headhunting, but this has headhunting as well. So obviously we already have the same... Yeah, we replaced chain lightning with 3 copies. We'll give that a shot. Worst case, we die and lose it. Oh no, what a shame. Ooh, I hadn't found one of these yet. We got a hammer. 'Cause yeah, it's not all swords. It's a lot swords, but it's not quite all swords. And we now have an obsidian heart, which makes us stronger the more charges we have. I also still haven't used my power yet. I probably should at some point. Yeah, no. Who can really say no to a big whack hammer, right? Especially when they call it the bell ringer, because it's definitely gonna ring some bells for people. You think this doorway can obstruct me? Fools. I can go where I wish. I am unstoppable. Ah, I missed. Crunch. Oh, hey, it made a bell. Neat. Y'all are surviving upsettingly well, but I did boost your toughness, so that checks out. Huh. I can actually actually ring the phantom bells. Okay. That's an interesting mechanic. Okay. What does that actually do? Spending a knockback charge summons a ghostly bell close by. Each hit, it deals 45 psychic damage to nearby enemies. Neat. I didn't read that. I just kind of went, ooh, hammer, and just went smacking things to find out what it did. Bong. They get real goopy when you hit them with a hammer. Who knew? It's almost like I'm turning them to paste or something. Real shame for them. I suppose I should try one of the other swords instead of sticking with the Wind Razor. As nice as it is. I don't think I used a Viper Blade at all when I was testing this. Let's try that. That's a weird looking one. So I did accidentally get rid of my hammer, but that's fine. We've learned about the hammer. It's time to move on. We'll take the fancy barbarian blade as our slower weapon. Unfortunately, I don't think you really get too much of a different moveset unless maybe later weapons have more moves. That's like the one shortfall I've seen with this so far. But you do, of course, have a variety of powers and things. And you can definitely get creative with how this stuff works, so... It's not too bad, it's not too bad. Or you can do what I did and miss completely. Ooh. Okay, the Viper Blade's kind of nice. The acid everywhere is pretty cool. Here, splash of that? No? There you go. I guess when they die is when it happens. There we go. Nice and easy. Ooh, phoenix feathers. Those sound useful. Ah, they're a necklace. Between every 5 to 12 seconds, apply 1.5 stacks of a blaze, which disables the regeneration of 1 heart per stack. However, now, while ablaze, my light and heavy attacks also deal fire damage per stack of a blaze. Okay, so I lose the ability to regenerate, but I deal extra damage. Well, let's not say we did about that for the moment, but I like the idea. Killing an auto-rat with a 8% chance conjures a floating thick orb of ichor, which drops a lot of it if destroyed in time. Okay, and you deal extra damage with more enemies around. Sure. That all sounds good to me. Yeah, the rings and necklaces and such actually typically have some pretty neat effects. I don't know if there's a reason to destroy things. I just enjoy destroying things. Because, you know, shock, horror, and surprise, I enjoy breaking things. Wait. Ow, that was the portal back prompt. I didn't read it, I just saw it appear and went, what? What is... Hello, gentlemen. Missed completely again. No. The skittering little guy needs to die. Perish. I didn't have much trouble with them in testing, but I can definitely see with how I'm playing right now, they would be the biggest nightmare I could possibly have. Because that's why they're not too bad, is as long as you're paying attention, you can kind of just slap them out of the air, even without trying very hard. But I'm sure they could cause a problem. Oh yeah, there are ranged enemies, by the way. Just in case you thought, oh wow, this game seems pretty easy. Nah, ranged enemies do exist. So there are things you have to keep in mind other than, hey, that guy's gonna try to touch you. They can reach out and touch you too. Inflicting fire damage with a 4% chance conjures a meteor. Huh. I don't think I really have a way of causing fire damage at the moment, but I'm gonna equip it anyway, because why not? With your weapon sheathed, I can now jump one more time and jump height is increased by 10%. And focus fire again. I think I'll wear that while I'm traveling for sure. Each 9 seconds removes a stack of either poisoned, ablaze, or frozen effect and releases a shockwave that does 60 damage and just extra damage after using a power. I do like the idea of that because you could actually combine that with the Phoenix Feathers. You'd lose the damage bonus of the Phoenix Feathers, but I guess you could just like constantly be self-cleansing so you don't lose the regeneration and then just constantly causing shockwaves that way. So there's some weird synergy there, potentially. That would be great if I was actually, like, actively diving. His lightning strike is what they refer to when you land off of a high jump. Which I guess with the extra jumps of the horse, technically we could do something with that. I haven't been in this crypt yet. I only kind of dove in for a little bit and then left when I had done this testing. Oh, way mad now. That didn't last very long, but we also didn't get hit very hard. What's in the box? More Phoenix Feathers. Okay. You're gonna die. See? I told him he was gonna die. He didn't listen. Red Steel Broadsword. That sounds like something I haven't seen yet. Oh, yeah, that's a new one. Fighting monsters fills me with anger. At the peak of my anger, I start raging. Okay, so it's different... a different means of achieving rage, and slightly different results of the rage. But it's very similar to the Barbarian Blade otherwise. Okay. Well, it's slightly faster than the Barbarian Blade, even though it's lower damage as well. So we'll give that a chance. The Viper Blade can be set aside. I did say the Black Razor would be pretty good, and I didn't show it off, so let's go ahead and show that off. This, I think, is the Razor. Yeah, because this is the Red Steel. As you can see the rage meter there. Because apparently pottery fills me with rage as well. Oh, get a load of this freak. I haven't seen that one yet. Time to get mad. Yeah, look at the meteors. Oh, one of you lived. Let's fix that. There we go. Ah, that's better. This really caused some mayhem. Nothing else in here? Okay. So still another fairly small crypt. I don't know how I missed this one when I was running around here before. I definitely covered a decent amount of ground in this place before. But I suppose it's always possible to miss things. Adds 1 fire, 1 cold damage per missing charge. That's actually pretty tempting. I lose 1 heart, but for each charge I'm missing, I just do flat extra damage. It isn't much, but it would combine with the dragon head to potentially cause meteors. 'Cause, 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 'cause Ooh, primeval item is guaranteed in the next basic chest, but you permanently lose luck, and the hand might explode. I mean, it is only 2.2% luck. But I'm also not sure I'm in that much of a hurry to get a primeval item yet. I don't know enough about what that means to know whether that's exciting. Oh yeah, our runes give us a higher rune capacity. I guess that's good, because that would mean Runic Strike would be stronger. Just not sure how fussed about that I am at the moment. Like, it's probably one of those early on, a lot of this isn't super necessary, but later on it starts being like, yeah, you gotta figure this out or you're gonna die. Oh yeah, as you might imagine, one of the bonuses to having piles of enemy quantities, we are making Icar hand over fist. I'm betting turning up the other settings probably makes them worth more? Like, I would assume that that's the balance point there. Dang it. Eh. Nope. Nope, I fucked it up. Oh, right, that was an item I had that let me dash like a fool. That's why I keep screwing those up. Right. That explains everything. Ooh, a box. I was gonna say, ooh, that's different. That actually looks like a fully different weapon type. Okay. I'm into it. We got something here. What would make them even more interesting is if I could use them as like climbing hooks in addition to massive disemboweling weapons. But you know, that's a lot to ask for, so maybe someday that'll exist as a concept. Ooh, that looks important. Oh right, I think the purple beam I think is meant to be your hint, like, hey, that's probably something you should go do. But you know, go ahead and run around being a gremlin stabbing everything. Okay, yeah, I am with these weapons. Yeah, these are good. The range is not so great, but that's not a shock, considering they're just a pair of sickles. I do appreciate the little hooks on the bottoms of them, though. That just, it makes them extra nasty, you know? Just really just ruin their whole day. Hi guys. Oop. I got greedy there. That's on me. You know, I think I need a little bit more reach for you guys. Just a thought on that one. Okay, if I hold back while I use that power, it doesn't work. Work very well. Understood. Yeah, big crowd of axe guys. Definitely bad news. Okay. There probably was a much better way I could have handled that to begin with, but we got through it. So, I'll take it. There are more dudes over there. Rune of Purist. Okay. Runic Strike is better at healing. That does seem useful. Oh yeah, it doesn't stop time when you're doing that, by the way. I could see him behind the menu just kind of hobbling his way towards me. Chop. Choppa. 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 Did I lower the music too much, or was there just not much when we're out and about? I don't remember. Let's raise it back up a little bit. If it ends up loud again... Yeah, there just really isn't much music. Okay. Because there's a little bit, but I can't tell if that's other noise I'm hearing through my headphones or not, because it's just faint enough. No, it's definitely the music in the game. Just a very subtle, kind of in the back there. Yeah, this looks important. This seems like a thing I should go crash the party in. Cathedral Veiled Lament. Yeah, that seems important. Knock knock. Anybody home? That doesn't seem great. That's alive. That probably shouldn't be alive, huh? Anybody home? Oop. Yeah, whatever you are, you're home. Oh, and you make more enemies. Okay. Have you considered not doing that? These sickles are doing, like, no damage to you. Meanwhile, I'm taking a lot of damage because I'm just standing in bad constantly right now. I'm gonna guess that the increased toughness made a massive difference for this thing, because I did actually fight this before. And let me tell you, fighting it in testing was a joke. This thing, like, could not stand to anything. So as you can see, now that I'm getting the tempo back a little bit, it is dying. So that's something to watch out for with increased toughness, I guess, is boss toughness can get scary. You two need to go. So you keep poisoning me, and I don't appreciate it. But as you can see, we're not really super threatened here. Oop. Whatever that explosion was kind of threatening, because I didn't see it coming. We also went from, like, 4 hearts to 1 for a second there, which was worrisome. Looks like we're trapped in here, too. Part of the problem. I keep seeing that weakened effect. Oh god. I was not prepared for the forward meatball attack there. I should have seen it coming because they've done it numerous other times now. But for some reason I just misread that every time. Thankfully they just spawn healing for me basically in the form of those useless chumps that they throw forward. Boss defeated. Oh, you don't die with your boss, huh? Perish. But hey, we did a thing. We defeated another named enemy. Even if I almost got my shit rocked doing it. Which, you know, as usual, whenever I say something's not much of a threat, I nearly get my teeth kicked in by it. That's pretty much on brand, right? Oh, there we go. There's some music.
Hello there.
Hey, Neko, how goes? Exactly, Snork. How you doing, buddy? Really gotta get used to these sickles' range. I'm starting to be cautious now, and they're not working when you're cautious at all. So far, so good. Glad to hear you're doing well. There we go. Just rip the parts off and get more bits to spend. Missed it. Sometimes that has area to it, and I think I have to make contact with one before it areas to the other ones around it. I mean, that's still progress at least. There is the downside of now that you're more aware, everything sucks more, but at least, you know, you're getting function back. And I'm fine so far. A little sleepy today, but it'll work itself out. Ooh, Mithridium Claymore, that sounds fun. Ooh, on successful hit 4% chance of recharging a power. That does sound pretty nice. It's pretty nifty. It sounds like just your skin in general hurts, which is upsetting for sure. Okay. I think I activated this to be warpable now? Oh, okay, you've got bone pain. Okay. Oh, there's... I don't know if that's a new purple light or if that just moved or if this just happened to be in my way, on my way to that one, and I didn't realize it was a different one. Yeah, no, bone aching definitely matches a decent amount of sicknesses. Yeah, basically. That's about par for the course for that. But if our target's this way, off we go. Hippity hoppity, his flesh will be my property. Oh, turns out I didn't get rid of the sickles. I thought that... Oh no, I did trade out the razor. That's right. That's what he gets for dodging. It shouldn't be. If it looks slightly pixelated, that's on purpose. Depending on how badly it ends up looking pixelated. Because I have the game's retro mode on, which adds just like a touch of pixelization to it. It may also be making Twitch's systems lose their mind, though. There is always that. Between the rain and everything, the bitrate might be going to hell. It doesn't look bad on my side, but I can't guarantee anything. It's like, it obviously is a little spiky, but it always is a little tiny bit spiky. So I cannot guarantee anything there. That's pretty bad. I have no answers for you for why it looks like that, because everything's still green on my side. Let me see if I dropped any frames. No, looks good on my side. Everything's still green and proper on OBS's side as well. It might be making Twitch lose its mind? I'm not certain. That's a blessing and a curse there, because that means something probably is tripping out the bitrate, but it's not tripping it out enough for it to turn red or anything on my side. So I don't really know what to suggest on that one. I could try turning things down a bit, but I don't know how much that would actually help anything. But it can't hurt. Let's turn the anti-aliasing off. I know that'll make everything look worse in some ways, but it might clean up in others. Let's see what happens if I fiddle with this. We'll fiddle with things and see what happens. Worst case, I break everything horribly. Also knock this down a touch to compensate for the fact that I'm changing other things. Because again, maybe it's just overloading what it can show. There, let's try that. Let me know if that's worse or better. Because obviously I can't really fiddle with worse in what ways? Because obviously it's going to look a bit worse, but is it more readable? I need more than just the word worse. Because obviously it looks worse to me too. But it looks smoother on the bitrate monitor on Twitch, so theoretically things got improved by that, but it may not actually be better. It's on for a reason, Snork. It's actually cutting down on the resource usage, and if everything shits the bed because of this, we'll try it. Just bear in mind, it actually took a good like 20% of the overhead off the card here, which is why it was on. It wasn't actually for aesthetic entirely, which I mentioned before you got here. But does it actually look any better now? To my eyes, it doesn't look significantly different at all, and the bitrate looks worse actually on the monitor. So, understand I do these things with logic, not just willy-nilly. But if it made Twitch stop shitting itself, then it works. It's not shitting the bed as badly as it was when I had it off before, so maybe turning the other things off made whatever weird interaction that was happening stop happening too. Because it definitely was adding just enough overhead that the card was actually getting kind of mad at me. But everything seems to be behaving itself right now, so we'll pretend it's fine? And to be fair, not being able to read the smaller stuff might not necessarily be a failure on my part. Oh, I guess that was our target, is this scroll. Oh, that shows us new areas. Okay. But importantly, is it still getting like really messy when I move around now, or is it cleaned up a bit? Because it may be that there was a bad interaction between the bitrate and the pixelization that was making it really bad, but again, it really isn't that different visually now. Okay. It may just be that the bitrate was just muddy enough that it took that and made everything much worse. Just let me check something right quick before I go too far, just to make sure it's not actually making anything else lose its mind. No, it's okay. I was just getting bad readings earlier, I guess, because everything looks good on all my readouts. I don't understand what happens with this computer sometimes. Sometimes it just loses its mind for question mark reasons. And after the issues we had the other day, I was being exceedingly cautious. Yeah, we can go ahead and leave those settings as they are. Well, if you look at it, it's really not made of much more than that, so that's exactly what it looks like. I mean, I suppose, maybe. And we just all have to remember that what I see and what y'all see are different because of the fact that Twitch's encoding and everything has a bad habit of destroying things. So, as long as it's working now, that's what matters. But it's very easy for me to miss something that ends up being a problem because it doesn't look any different to me. Good. I'm glad it actually looks good now instead of being a disaster like it sounded like it was. Oh yeah, no, this is a very fun game from the bit I've played of it so far. What happens in? None of these are compelling enough to take away the extra heart. Ow. Yeah, it was probably when the stream died the other day and technically became a second stream. Because I think you were here at the beginning, potentially? Well, either way, it's time to start a new streak then. Just a longer, better streak this time. Yes, yes. Oh, you know what? That's fair. I'm not doing enough perfect dashes to keep that. We'll try the marking enemies for guaranteed crits. That might be nice. God damn. To my knowledge, I can't really get rid of extra items in a meaningful way other than throwing them away, and we do want to level up, so we'll go ahead and go over here and level up. Twice. Not enough I go for 3 times. Okay. Back out. There we go then. I could spend our money upgrading stuff we've got, but we can just find better stuff. I'm not that worried about it. Let's see how much more dangerous the second area is. And then I may or may not care more about actually upgrading and being more intelligent about how I'm doing these things. We'll go ahead and leave it at max quantity and slightly increased toughness. So the increased toughness may make the boss a nightmare. We'll find out. We've also got like 3 pages of stuff, so I may as well just hoard stuff. Adracon away! I really do wonder why the GPU usage was literally maxing the card before, but now that I'm streaming it, somehow the costs are lower. There must have been something in what I changed that was doing way more than it was supposed to. And it's very confusing to me when things like that happen. And obviously it's never going to make sense, but my brain's gonna sit there and turn it over anyway. I mean, that's basically the issue there, yeah. Hidden anti-synergy in the graphics settings. I'm guessing that purple marker on him was my marking effect. I should have just doubled the dash there, but I'm like, I can kill him before he'll hit me. Overconfidence will be the constant bane of my existence, as we all know. Oh, it turns out they can do friendly fire. Is that this one that I just killed there shot the other one in the back trying to hit me? Good to know. But I'm glad things are less muddy for all of you. Whoa, rude. Preemptive attacking, huh? Well, that becomes a game of what kind of sickness you actually have. Because bear in mind, even if you feel well enough to work, you might end up sharing it with everybody there instead, which doesn't help anyone either. Why are you telling me that I can go back up to the sky again, game? We learned that already. Yeah, some illnesses can also be very hard to actually get an accurate judgment as to whether you're through it or not anytime quick. That was sloppy, but it was fun. It's definitely more dangerous here. I suppose, but eh. I don't know, there's such a thing as tempting fate regardless in that regard. Yeah, I wonder where that invisible guy could be. Could it be where that marker was floating in front of me? I see you. You're not actually invisible, you know. I don't know if it's the rain giving them away or if they're just never meant to be fully invisible, but I can see him right there. You can see the outline. Let's demonstrate to him the fact that I can see him. Whack. I do not like the poison that they do, though. This poison is upsetting. I'm also very nearly dead, which is problematic. Exactly. Let's wait for this poison to wear off. I'm assuming that's bad for me. It's probably keeping me from regenerating or something. There we go. Any more? I need things to hit so I can heal. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's right. Oh, this keeps going, huh? Okay, well, just gonna keep doing that. Oh. Okay. That almost was a disaster. I do and I don't. I would have rathered it actually be a platforming section rather than a pay attention and mash E section. But it looks cool. And it's not like it would have mattered if I fell anyway. There's no fall damage in this game. So I would have just had to start the process over again. I see a fancy mode of power over there, though. Whoop. Whoop. And, whoop. Whoop. Okay, we got most of the way there. Oh, we got small versions of the boss we fought now, huh? Oh, they can drop things on my head from here. Yeah. Now, people were comparing it to Witchfire all up and down on the whole way in the reviews. Even stylistically, it's kind of similar. Just with a much grander focus on melee instead of guns. But first death, at least we got through the first area without dying. And I will say, I should have realized that they were dropping those on me, but the indication was not that strong. There was a little bit of red near me. Yeah, and there's also other menu. There's a bunch of like color or limiters and such you can mess with as well, which might even make it stand out even more. Most of this was default. Why does motion blur keep turning back on? Stop it. Don't like motion blur. Oh wow, they just lost interest that easily, huh? Another hand of misfortune. On the bright side, at least we died relatively early into this stage, so we didn't lose much. We could have lost way more. Well, there's also only so many ways you can do an attack like that, too. It's like, well, gee, how do we do energy ball attack? What color do you want it? Okay, there you go. There's your ball attack. It's the same animation but blue, or the same animation but red. Insert color here. Oh, it wasn't a weapon. I saw this tibia up here and I'm like, am I just gonna be able to run around and smack things with a bone? If so, I have to. But no, it's an artifact, much to my disappointment. A bone club would have been hilarious. No, I think we'll keep the prancing steed so we can move better. Exactly. Just rip the leg off a skeleton and smack another skeleton with it. I'll take that trade. I don't remember the sets off the top of my head at this point. It's been like 15 years at least since the last time I dug deep into it, and that was long after its time even then. Ooh, additional temporary heart charge whenever I get one. Pity I don't have any ways of generating temporary heart charges. As yet, at least. Yeah, we're using the claymore right now. As fun as the sickles are, I probably should let them go because they don't do enough damage even though they're really fast. Nice. I had spent enough time with it that I don't think even now I'd be able to go back to it. Just because it's so over and burnt out for me at this point. Let's go back to having a wind razor on hand. Wind razors are pretty good. This way I have a little bit of range. I presume, yeah, it looks like we can get our stuff back. So that's good. Okay, this is upsetting. There's a whole bunch of things here now, and I don't like that for me. Maybe these other guys showing up with something else I didn't notice, though I think I skipped past one of the enemy groups, and that's why this is as bad as it is right now. Because I think they followed me up here. Which would be weird considering that other group lost interest like immediately, but what do I know? Either way, cleaned up pretty good so far. Ow. Why can't I? There we go. For some reason our power wasn't working, even though it was still showing off cooldown and everything. It didn't look like I had a status effect on me. And that's why I had that attack charge, as I was waiting for him. Get back here. I don't care if you shot me. I'm going to destroy you. God damn. There's just shooters coming out of the woodwork everywhere. Ow. Rude. I'm busy killing your friends. Wait your turn. Anyway. Suppose we should sort through all the things I just picked up, huh? I mean, maybe that's an option with one of the weapons. Also, it would be probably a little too easy at that point. Hello, Valen, yes. Yes, it is. Ooh, that one goes down to only 3 hearts, but you get a temporary charge every time you take damage. So if we combine that with the crab claw, every time I get hit, I gain 2 temporary charges. So wouldn't that mean I just gain health every time I get hit? And yeah, that... I'm not saying that it would be a problem, I'm just saying it may not be the vision they had for this. For it to be that easy. And you know, they could always have balanced it out by adding way more attacks. Yes, there are as well. I currently have the enemy count as high as it can go, and their durability and amount of elites down more or less at base settings still. But you could definitely have less enemies and make them stronger, or just have less enemies if you wanted to. I just went ham with the quantity of enemies because I saw that I could, so I did. Anything up here, or can I just climb up here? Yeah, I always appreciate when games provide you pretty significant settings control. That's actually some pretty nice mountains over there. It's very rainy here. Neat waterfall down there. Exactly. Wasn't there a thing up in the top of, like, this area over here when we died? I think there was something up here. No, 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 no. Damn it. Wait. Haha. Probably not how I was supposed to stay up here, but you know what? I did it. There we go. Now we get a new power. Go ahead and try Rune Infusion. Since we keep having problems where there's gaps in our attacks. Goodies! Get me all of the goodies. And, like, if you're worried about not having options as far as gear goes, we've found so many things with pretty clear synergy between some of them. And just, like, so many potential options just in general. Yep. My only complaint as far as the variety goes so far is the weapon variety is a little less than I want, because like even the heavier swords swing more or less the same as the smaller swords, just with different speeds. The most different thing we've encountered so far was either the bell ringer or the sickles. But since we did encounter 2 other variations already, there may be more. And I do want to remind everybody again that this is a solo dev game, so that may just be the extent of what they can do so far. But it's also early access, so they'll probably do more as it goes, if that matches what they want to do with the game. I don't see a purple light anywhere, so I don't know where I'm supposed to be going in here. But that looks interesting, so we'll go that way. If I can go that way. Hello, gentlemen. Prepare to die. They were not prepared sufficiently, but they died anyway. Yeah, I want to go over there, but it looks like I don't think I can get there. Like, I'm assuming water bad. Oh, wait. I see a light over there. I think I'm meant to go that way. Go, like, all the way around that whole circle over here. That's probably it. That looks cool, though. Oh, wait, no, there's a light up there, too. But maybe there's a connection when we go over there to get over here. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that logic instead of trying to jump across the ocean that's in front of me here. Oh, box. I figure the logic on that follows. As much as it may seem like I can fly anywhere I please, you can't quite. You can get far, but it's not like free flight. There we go. Clean up all the goop, because we need it all. Yeah, that's hooking to the left far enough. We might be able to get up and around. Same. I do wish there was a little bit more movement, but I think there are going to be items that unlock more movement, because there is an item I've seen that we haven't had pop up yet that allowed me to move faster at the very least. I mean, yeah. You're not wrong about that. They're also probably a little bit too dead for that. So I'm not sure these things are alive to begin with. They make fairly undead blah, 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 noises. No, that's water down there. That's just reflection. I thought there was like a blue glowing item down there. It's sort of open world. Like, we're in a stage right now of one of two we've seen, but the stages themselves are pretty open. Like, I don't have a significant marker or anything. There's just a lot of stuff around. That tree has a goodie in it. I know there's a bunch of enemies down there, but I'm more interested in the shiny thing in the tree. I'm probably supposed to use this thing to get up there, because it'll probably start a chain of teleports like the other one. Well, nothing for it but to do this then. And a hope. Ta-da! Still not entirely sure what these sky nodes do for me, aside from letting me teleport back here. And maybe it's like a death checkpoint thing, maybe. Because, like, there's the other sky node we activated, and I can just kind of go over here now. That's what I'm assuming, yeah, is there checkpoints in case I die. But I don't know if I keep them on death yet, so... I suppose we'll figure that out when I invariably die again. Now, those guys are right down there, right? Yeah. Whee! Greetings! Oh boy. Okay, you know what? That's really neat that you can throw things with your giant club. But, could you not? Just as a, you know, one scary, all-powerful being to another, could you not? Woo! Thank you. They certainly weren't all-powerful at all, and neither am I, but they don't need to know that. I won't get tired of doing that anytime soon. No matter how many times the game punishes me for my shenanigans, I will continue to do silly things. Okay, so that's another batch dead. It's a shame this game doesn't have a map, because these areas are definitely big enough that you could benefit from a map. But, you know, we'll figure it out. And yeah, we're definitely heading towards the castle eventually, because see, this bridge goes over to that island where the castle is. So the castle's probably our target. Is why else would there be a giant castle other than there being something cool in it, you know? They've got to have something to put in a castle, after all. For people to bother building a castle. Another Mithradium Claymore. Whee! Nope. Nope. Okay. Surprised we didn't get the distance enough to cross that, but I probably should have put the sword away before I made that jump in the first place. No, and you just expect me to do this on my own this time, huh? Ooh, there's a checkpoint over there, though. Dang it. This game does mess with my depth perception just a little bit, especially when I'm dashing. Like, I feel like the dashes carry both shorter but longer than I think they do fairly consistently. But it's probably just a matter of I need to get the distance down in my mind. But either way, now we have another checkpoint, so I can just kind of like go around to here if things go horribly wrong. There's another bunch of dudes down there, another guy just hanging out over there, bunch of dudes there. I can land on these dudes, so I guess I'll go hit these first. Having no fall damage is such an incredibly liberating thing. And we're dead because those I don't know what to call those things. The things with the weird wings are incredibly dangerous to me because I'm just not used to dealing with them. And their shots are just slow enough that I'm like, okay, I can just kind of walk past that, but I can't. Really thinking about turning off the max quantity here. What would the fun in that be? I am gonna knock the toughness back down. Because with how much those casters took to kill, I feel like that's not great. But we'll see if I can make it anywhere with no toughness, max quantity. If we still die, then I'll finally relent. And yeah, those aren't on death checkpoints. Those go back to not being usable when we die, so they're just for traveling around the map in that life then. Which that's fine. I mean, we can cross that ground very quickly anyway. And we did lose the red items we had, but we still have everything else. So it's really not that bad. And there was nothing in the red items that I was that attached to. And thanks to our powers to traverse, we can kind of skip like half the enemies we dealt with on our way to where our stuff was. Because we do at least get our money back. And it may just be that I've like invested my interest in a bad weapon. Because like the Claymore's fun, but I'm not sure it's effective. I'm also just making very questionable decisions in how I approach things because I'm just diving into them. Well, yeah. Claymores will definitely do that. I'm just not convinced it's efficient, I suppose is the term I meant to go for there. Oh, that might be part of the problem. There's way more of them down there than I realized, because like right there's twice as many as I thought were there, for example, and there's a few more down the road. That was just a real bad situation to dive into in the first place. Oh boy. You know, it's starting to make sense why this didn't work out. Can't imagine why that would be a problem. Let's think for a second here. Let's experiment. Switch for the hammer here. Okay, they both have the same stuff, so no need to change which hammer. Rid of the Wind Razor again. Actually, yeah. The poison on the Viper Blade might be worth it. Since things that die explode in poison and we lowered their toughness, we might be able to explode enough of them to make that work. So we'll open with the Viper Blade. But as you can see, the toughness difference is pretty significant. But this was the base level toughness that the game started you on for the enemies. Okay, you do get all of the items back then. We just didn't have many items last time we died. So that's nice. Now you guys are the problem. And yeah, they die way more reasonably now. For how much damage they output. I personally think it's fine to have tons of enemies that are easy to kill. Because it forces me to have to pay more attention to my surroundings and dodge more than if they were strong, because I'd have to just sit there and whack away at the enemy for a while. The alternative would be to lower the amount to compensate for the toughness. Or just get much, much better, which I'm not going to be able to get that much better quickly. So I think this is a reasonable enough balance for me specifically. Because it also allows for just enough fuck around room. Whee! No, I was right. There was loot here. Apparently, the explosion landing on that opened the box. I keep misjudging the distance on that charge. I'm so sad, because that would have been really cool. Oh well. Next time. Next time. Knock knock. Hey, open up. Wrong button. The bell ringer is here to ring the bells. Lead me to your bells. You don't have any? What kind of house is this that doesn't have any bells, I swear? What are these days coming to? Are you why there's no bells? Part of the problem. Be part of the solution. Thank you for being part of the solution, shooting your friend, Perish. Anyway. How does our dash attack work with this weapon? That's how it works. Just a dashing bonk instead. Oh, I'm dead. I was about to say I'm nearly dead, and then their dash came out quicker than I thought it would, and I died again anyway. So there you go. In case you were worried that things were going to be too easy with them dying easier, there you go. Yeah, it was greedy of me to dash attack one of them without a good plan for how to deal with the other two, admittedly. But that's part of the fun. It's a give and take. One way or the other, things get to happen. And now I get to go splatter them again. So really, who's the winner at the end of the day here if I get to go crush their skulls a second time? The answer is potentially everyone involved. But I doubt they like having their skull crushed. They seemed rather against the idea. Exactly. Kirby would support the idea of slaughter, this is true. Kirby has enough bloodlust for that. I thought I was gonna land on them. I missed. I was gonna be cheeky. And I died again. Poison is really strong. God damn. Well, I don't know what happens if we die without picking up our stuff, but we're gonna find out now because I died near instantly to that poison. Oh, that poison is nasty. Hell yeah. Remember, you can't spell slaughter without laughter. Come on. Okay, well, I landed. That's the part that mattered there. There we go. I keep forgetting that it seems like it takes more dash charges the more times you dash in the air. So I can't actually dash 3 times in the air. I can only dash twice. It's something along those lines that are the way that works. I also had, like, nothing when I died, so maybe... No, that's definitely moved. I think we are just gonna be SOL on the stuff I dropped the first time. Get out of the poison. Did I only have 1 hit point left, or did he do 2? I think he did 2. I think the poison is increasing the amount of damage we take per hit. So I could have swore I had 2 hearts left after the initial impact. But those guys are just a problem. And I have to figure out how to deal with them. Because I went from feeling pretty powerful to feeling very fragile when it comes to dealing with those guys in particular, apparently. Hi guys, don't mind me. I don't have any interest in dealing with you right now. I have a problem I'm laser focused on right now. The positioning's changed, hasn't it? Because there wasn't enemies there in the way last time. Well, it's not like they can stop me. Coming through, kids. Places to be, people to kill. Lost items to still not get back because there's nothing there now. Well, the hammer is not the answer against those guys. We know that already. As fun as it is, the hammer is not the answer. I also landed on the wrong group of enemies because I wanted to get the guy that looked like he was close to the other group there so that he didn't jump into my fight. And, well, there was more of them than I thought. I don't have a sneaking ability either, otherwise I'd try to creep up on them. Well, I bonked them very well. It's the fact that they bonk me back is the problem. They're also no longer here? The game took them away. It's like, you know what? You're doing a terrible job fighting these. Oh, wait. There is still one here somewhere. They just moved them a bit. Just like, nope, you're not allowed to fight 3 of those anymore. You're doing a terrible job. We'll just take those away so you stop smashing your face into them and dying. You know, I can respect that. Though I am now upset because I don't get to have revenge on those at all. I got 1 of them, and the other 2 just don't exist anymore. You know what? We have nothing to lose right now. Oh. I can just walk on water, huh? You know, I wasn't expecting this. I don't know what I was expecting, but walking on it isn't it. Guess we're just going this way now then, because I can. I guess I'm just slashy murder Jesus. Huh. And it looks like there's a climbing path here of sorts, so they probably expected somebody like me to come walking along and go climbing on everybody's rooftops. Oh, eat. Ah. You know, this is not the part I was expecting to be able to stand on compared to the roof. But I guess we're here. Can't believe I'm doing stupid shit like this again. As if I would ever not do this. I see. So this is a thing I've done now, huh? Aha! I made it work. White Mountain, impermeable citadel. Well, I'll be the judge of that. I already broke into the outer bits here, so, you know. How impermeable can it be if I can break into any part of it? Okay, I feel better now. Having ripped through a few of them, I feel better now. Critical hits apply to target 3 stacks of poison, dealing 2 damage per stack, has a cooldown of 6 seconds. I was kind of hoping it would pair with an existing poison effect, not just adding poison. Especially only on crits. Like, if I wanted poison on hit, I could just use the Viper Saber since it's guaranteed on hit poison. Also, we can probably get away with playing with the hammer some more. Now that we're not dealing with the fast stabby guys anymore. Or at least, not the particularly bad fast stabby guys. That is a decently imposing looking castle, though. Good amount of walls. Multiple layers. Definitely put a lot of equipment up there to fire down upon your enemies. Good amount of archers on the walls. You could really just ruin somebody's whole day. Speaking of ruining somebody's whole day, missed it. If I could, I would. I would just take over the castle and wage war upon them from within their own citadel. Just like, you know what? This is mine now. But it's mine. Nope, not anymore. Used to be. Not so much anymore. I just realized they have faces on their chest. Then again, I suppose after I'm done with them with the hammer, they don't have faces anywhere. Eh, what do I know, though? Dang it. Thought I could do it twice. Couldn't quite. Ah. Let's wedge ourselves in here then. Oh, there we go. You can't give me a power like this and expect me to walk your normal paths. That's just not a thing I do anymore. Whoop, 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 whoop. Almost missed. Whoop. Ah, that's the problem. More of you. Crunch. Squash. Squash. Ow. My face. You didn't do it, but you're gonna pay for it. Okay, that almost went horribly wrong. Pretty nice view from up on the walls, though. Get to see the whole bit of woods down there. Decent view of the mountainside. Yeah, I could definitely take this castle over. I would live here. Just gonna have to really clean out the mess I'm making in it. It's gonna take a long time to clean all that out. I mean, look at this. Look at this. No. This is not aesthetic. This is disgusting. It probably smells awful.
Kill them all.
Exactly. This is also true. I mean, that's basically what I'm doing for my boss already. I'm out here cleaning out all of the horrible monsters that are all over this world for one reason or another. Yeah, Neko's been in here for a little bit. Whoa. Somebody down there knew I was up here. But they don't seem to know anymore. Somebody threw something at me and then stopped being interested in that idea, apparently. Quitter. Throwing one shot and giving up. You know, I could probably go from that roof to that roof up onto that, probably? Yeah, probably. I could probably make that work, right? Yeah. Well, as long as I can stay on any of these rooftops. I did it. I did it. Nope. I don't think they want me up there. Which makes me all the more interested in getting up there. Aha, I found a place to wedge myself. Aha. Hee. Success. The more they try to stop me going somewhere, the more interested I am in getting there. Guess who forgot he was low on health? I'll give you a hint, it's the guy who just died instantly. Because I was too busy just jumping around and then forgot completely about health. And then wham! Let that be a lesson in not poking your nose where it doesn't belong. Which is why we're exactly going back in there. Oh, absolutely. This is probably the most unbrand this could have been going. She's like, look, I got somewhere I'm not supposed to be. Whack. Denied. Just usually it's, you know, invisible wall denied, not axe to the forehead denied. Though there have been definitely a few axe to the forehead denial moments too. This is true. But yes, do make sure to eat, Vale. Eating is important. If you figure out how to, I would actually be very interested in this concept. Though I personally don't get enough light to photosynthesize. Well, I said that earlier, to be fair. I have gone back and forth on the, this is easy, this is, oh god, pain. Easy, pain, easy, pain. Which is exactly how I expected this to go throughout this whole thing. Oh hey, I guess this was the door I was supposed to go through, huh? Oh wow, an even bigger door. What would you ever use a door that big for? What kind of giants do they got in this place? I'm gonna hack their ankles off. Ooh, there's more of you than I thought, huh? I really need to remember that I can dash way more than I think I can. Because on the ground, your dashes come back pretty fast. I'm too used to games that really heavily limit your dashing. You can actually just kind of like zoop around constantly. Whoop, 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 whoop. Gotta cease the whooping for a second. Whoop-ah! There we go. I suppose we should actually go through the front door, huh? I don't know, though. My stuff's up there. I should probably get my stuff back and then go through the front door. He says, knowing full well that the second I get up there again, the front door is gonna be forgotten about again. But, you know, don't worry about that part. That's for me to worry about, but not actually worry about. I'm also well aware that I'm taking a completely different path for the most part than I did the first time. I think we died literally on that wall up there, because there's the warp we took to get to my death. So I think if we just get across here, we can probably get up there quicker than shenaniganing my way up onto that wall there. And getting over there is just as simple as whoop, whoop, and we're here. Now the important question becomes, can I get enough height to reach that? Because if I can reach that, I can warp through it twice and slingshot myself up there. Wow. Turns out I can't slingshot through it twice, though, because it disappeared. I'm used to the ones in the hub where you can actually warp through it multiple times. Well, guess we're going over here first and then waiting for it to come back. There we go. And I know that guy's up here this time. I'm ready for him now. He says, knowing full well somehow I'm gonna... Okay. Where'd he go? He got bored after he killed me the first time and he just pissed off somewhere. Don't you hate it when that happens? Absolute disrespect, I swear. Or was it you? Did you wander down there? And that just happened to be my problem, that you happen to wander afield from where you're supposed to be? It'd be a real shame if I walked in through that door, huh? Joke's on them that I'm not coming in through that way. This is why setting set defensive positions is a fool's errand, because sometimes you get an idiot like me who just ends up coming in through a completely weird direction, and then your defenses can't do anything about them. I suppose it is hard to account for somebody just kind of like scaling a sheer wall just by jumping, huh? But at the same time, in a world of magic and nonsense, you really should prepare for the most unexpected stupid things you can. Exactly. And if you don't gremlin-proof your castle, you don't deserve to have a castle anymore. Exactly. It's not like I'm even trying that hard to break into here doing this. I could do much dumber things. Oh. They've got ninjas on the walls. Thankfully, in a one-on-one, they lose pretty easily. It's just when there's poison on the ground that I just destroy myself with it. Because I don't pay attention. I think I'm almost to the top of the castle already, actually. It's almost like they wanted me to do this with the little divots they have on the crenellations here. I can just hop on those and use them as platforms. Really, they just did not think this through. Also, I'm a gargoyle now. Aha. You don't think... No, I wouldn't be able to stand on that, right? Not on the little edge around the window? You'd think there'd be no way I could do that, right? I gotta find out. Oh, wait, I found something I can stand on. Here, this is what you get for doing rough stonework. I can climb it. I had it for a moment there, but I moved too fast to be able to stay on small spots like that. I'm now tempted though, because I see a bunch of rocks jutting out. I now am calculating like, okay, how many of these can I actually stand on? Which, for those wondering, yes, this is a calculation I do like anytime I'm looking at any wall ever. Like, can I stand on this? Can I climb on that? Can I go here? Is this a thing I'm allowed to do? So what I'm hearing is you see a giant gold coin. That's all I'm hearing when you say peaceful giant golden beetle. Though there's an important question. Is the giant golden beetle sentient? Because that changes things slightly. Because then it can make a deal. And that may be more profitable than melting the beetle down. Oh, so it can't even outrun you? Oh, that's a shame for it. That's nothing but a shame. I mean, true. But there are some beetles that can at least, like, fly. A little bit. I mean, there are some universes with reasonably intelligent beetles. I would never say they're remarkably intelligent, but they count for basic sentience. Well, that's probably a doom for it then. Guess I'll walk up. This is probably taking me longer messing around jumping from platform to platform here. I feel like I'm going in circles, and I think going up to the top might have been a fool's errand. Yep, actually this is just a circle. Unless nope, there's not another staircase. We have reached as high as this will let me go without... Oh no, there is stairs. It just takes a really long time to get to them. But then it just goes back down. So what you're saying is I'm gonna have to climb it. That's what I'm getting out of this, is I can't just go up there. I'm going to have to find a way to climb the wall here. And that window definitely does stick out enough that I think actually if I land on it properly, I probably can stand on it. Nope, you go right through it. But you stand here. Nope. I might... No, that's too high. Well, actually, maybe. Maybe. And mind you, I'm playing with an item on that gives me increased jump height. So, if I'm struggling with that on, people ordinarily probably couldn't even get close to getting up there. Wait, I've nestled myself here. Up. And, up. Damn it. And, up. And, up. Come on! Yes! No! Dang it. I'm so close, but so far. If I just had one more dash charge, I'd be up there. Yes! This is probably completely pointless, but I did it. I'm on top of the castle. It's my castle now. That's how you conquer a castle, right? You just climb on top of it. You just get up to the roof where no one is. That's how that works, right? Ooh, I'm rewarded. There's secret loot up here. They did think of me going up here. Castle conquer, loot stolen. That's probably a better version of the Ring of Murder for me. It does extra damage based on having taken damage, and boy am I good at taking damage today. No new weapons, new types of weapons, but no new actual new ones so far. We did get another major rune of energy flow that's primeval. So I probably want this, even though we lose headhunting. We did lose an extra prancing steed at some point that might have had a better effect than this one. But that's fine. That is a primeval ruby heart. It's a real shame that it's not a primeval northern heart, so I could have 5 hit points. Because it seems like only the northern heart has the extra hit point. And with the way I'm playing, I need that 5th hit point unless something really makes my life easier in another way. Which, if I had a more guaranteed way of landing crits, the vampiric heart would definitely be the way to go, because it gives you a heart back every time you crit. But I don't think I've got a way of, like, really ensuring I critically hit things. Like, the Iron Claymore has the combo counter that gives it crit chance, but it's not really that high a percentage increase. Yeah, that's why I'm looking. If I can come up with one... Ooh, actually, there you go. Every 6 hits are guaranteed crit. So that's what the sickles would be good for. You combine the sickles with the vampiric, and it would make it a little safer to use? We're going places here. We got something. And we'll do extra damage to enemies that have high health. Okay, okay. A concept. Knock, knock. Can somebody help me get down from here? I'm kind of like a cat. I'm up the tree now, but I'm not really sure how to get down. Like, I could jump down, but, you know, you could just open the door and let me in. So you're saying this door doesn't work, huh? Okay. Hang on. So where's an actual door to this place somewhere? Or is this entire castle a giant red herring? Now, don't get me wrong, if I'd actually, you know, followed the intended path, I probably would know how to get in here. But, you know, where's the fun in that? Because, like, see, there's stairs here. But they lead to an unusable door. Unless maybe there's something over here? Because we do have a bridge that leads to where it looks like there's some enemies, so maybe there's something out here at least. Don't mind me as I just ooh a piece of candy off into the distance again. Why is there poison everywhere again? Why must everything poison me? Oh, what is this guy doing? Oh, that's where the poison came from. You need to die, sir. Okay. Exactly. There's no fun in taking the direct intended path. Everybody does that. Take the road least traveled. I feel like I've been here before. Or was this just another very similar rock outcropping? I think this is a very similar rock outcropping. Okay, that actually looks pretty cool. With the nice god ray across all of this. It's a little blinding down there, but you know. Works. One day I will find the correct direction. That day will be very far away because I'm going to purposely be ignoring the correct direction half the time. And the other time, be too distracted by the shiny things I found because I went the wrong way. There's some more dudes down there. There's a chest. Made it. Oh, missed the edge of that time, huh? Okay. Oh, hey, there's the other chest I found earlier. Well, I know where I am at least, then. Back at the front door. Well, I guess, you know, nothing for it but to go through the front door this time, huh? I mean, the health healing thing is definitely working for just letting me flail my way to victory. It's like every 6 hits we heal, basically. I think I'm going the wrong way, though. I'm going back down, not up. So basically what I'm saying is wiping all those guys out was completely unnecessary. Not that that's ever stopped me before either. I did mention before, after all, that part of the draw to this game was satiating my bloodlust. So, there's that. guess this was the intended way to get up here. Oh, more big guys. Fucking poison. No. No. No, thank you. Good day. I will not buy what you're selling. Good day, sir. Whew. Definitely a much more aggressive style here, which suits me just fine. Oh hey, there's the orb I found. The one I had activated while flying around like a yahoo. Wait, so these are active again? Because we didn't reactivate those. Oh, do you have to be at one to go to the other ones? Is that the thing? Oh, you know what? That might exactly be the thing. Okay. Okay, that's more reasonable. That makes sense. We've solved the mystery. We now know how fast travel works. After spending multiple deaths figuring out how to put the pieces together, we figured it out. Exactly. Yeah, now we're back here again, where I cleared those guys off and then fell off. This here's one of the bits that's left of one of them. But where's the scroll that would unlock the next area? Because that's, at the end of the day, what I'm looking for. But, like, there's not been any signal in the sky like there was in the first stage telling us where it is. And that may be intentional, it may not be. Like, it may be that, since this is early access, maybe there's only the first 2 stages. I feel like that's not true, but it could be true. I didn't see anything mentioning that there was only like 2 stages or anything that I can recall. It's not a guarantee of anything, of course. But we haven't been to this tree yet. So maybe this tree is special. Oh, wait. I saw a red glow in there. This certainly looks spooky enough to be something. Sapped venom bark tree. Well, is the tree a boss? Is the tree gonna kill me? Oh. Is the tree a thing at all? Like, it's got a name, so you would think that there'd be something here. Huh. I mean, it did find me a way to another door, so I suppose there's that. But I profess to being mildly disappointed that that tree had nothing. But I think we're actually, yeah, this is where the boss fight is, almost certainly. Because we're actually inside the keep I was jumping around on top of. That doesn't seem great. That seems less than great. Well, guess we're going in the weird red sphincter hole over here. Oh. Citadel's depths. I'm sure this is fine, right? This is probably fine. Yeah, it seems great. The floor's rippling a little bit, but you know, that's probably okay. Why is this stool, like, bright as hell? Huh. Oh, hi guys. Oh, there was more of you. How nice for you. You just missed the whole party. Another obsidian heart. We can see there's a whole bunch of dudes down there. Anybody gonna jump me? Well, you're gonna try. Just keep swinging, just keep swinging, rip and tear, kill them all. Do do do, do 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 do, do 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 do. Ah. So that worked out well. I knew I liked those sickles for a reason. Oh, this is the thing I was talking about. While your weapons sheathed, little wind swirls appear in front of me periodically. Going through them increases my movement speed by 50 for 8 seconds. It stacks. So you can just, like, zoom along with that. We lose our jump height, but I might take the speed because I think it'll actually allow me to launch myself better. You, like, just ramp off of things, potentially. Okay, that's pretty good. 2 extra fire and cold damage per missing hit point has potential. But I'm gonna stick with the vampiric heart for now. I might switch what rune we're using though. Oh, but light and heavy attacks don't restore anything with that, so I'd be relying on runic strike. Maybe not. Yeah, I think that is still the best rune I have at the moment. I want to get a better sickle. We're really not making that much use of the mark as much as I thought I would. Which is a shame because it's the only primeval ring we have. But is there anything? Actually, yeah, this ring of purging shock might be the best choice for me because the amount of times I'm poisoned so far, and the poison being an issue. If we have a way of purging the poison, that might save the day. What a mess. Delicious carnage. Ooh. Receiving damage applies 2 stacks of revitalized, up to 3, which gradually recharges the heart. So you just get regen. I mean, I guess that could be a way of doing it without relying on crit. Is you just naturally heal every time you get hit. But I kind of like the dynamic setup we've got going on right now. Exactly. This is much more interesting than just, oh hey, I just heal. Because it encourages me doing this. Just going in and going in. And just watching everything turn to gore all around me. Because it incentivizes using these sickles and just going wild. Against a boss, it might get a little sketchy, but you know, that's when you change things up and make sure that you're good. Big mushroom. Neat. the Ring of Moida. Look at you surviving. How nice for you. Pity it didn't last very long. Also, something I never mentioned, but if you watch the edges of the screen, you'll see yellow appear on the side of the screen when an enemy off-screen's attacking you. It's very nice of them to do that. I need to pay more attention to that. But especially for a first-person game of this type, they kind of have to do that or you're going to get screwed. Yeah, the dev for this game has done a very good job of making things fair. I want to make sure to give credit for that, because that's an incredibly difficult thing to do. And to do well. And so far, they've done pretty well with this. I'm ending up putting all my wind indicators over there. It goes where you're looking, is it tries to make sure that you can reach it. Just, you know, when I'm looking around like that, obviously it's not going to be so reachable. Okay, I can modify my dash direction a little bit. I need to remember that, so I don't accidentally do that again and just completely miss my target. Yeah, there's a whole bunch more of you over here, huh? Not for long. Yeah, joke's on you cheeky invisible bastards. I just explode when you poison me now, so you know. Enjoy exploding for your shenanigans. Ooh, dual iron swords. Releasing heavy attack in a perfect moment indicated by a flash increases damage by 40% and crit chance by 7%. Neat, and they're almost double the damage, but I lose the guaranteed crits, so for our current setup, these are useless. But it's nice to see what I presume is the next step up for the sickles. On hit, there's a 10% chance to peel off some ichor. Just, you know, get a good old cup out, hold and figure out everything you want off the body. If we were going to switch to the iron swords, I'd probably switch to the emerald heart. See how well revitalize does, but I think we'll stick with. What we've got right now is fun and is working, so I'm not going to mess with it. Just set the buzzsaw loose on them some more. Oh, hi. You thought you could hide in here, huh? Nothing can hide from somebody who's too curious for his own good. And it's a purple treasure box, too. It's got real goodies in it. Got a bunch of ancient stuff. That's not what I clicked on. There we go. Ooh, +4. We get 90 speed per guiding wind. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Light attacks restore knockback charges. Ooh, we can get a high rank version of focus fire. Yeah, we'll take that. Is extra damage against a single monster means when we're dueling a boss or like one of those heavy knight guys, we'll actually be able to get through them a bit easier. Oh, there's one of those receive charges when you take damage ones. We got 2 of the same thing, just one with more missing heart charges and one with headhunting. I'm amused by it being piezoelectricity. And there's an infinitely less subtle chest right here. What? Why am I having so much trouble dashing up there? There we go. Oh, we moving now. We moving and grooving. Crush, kill, destroy, rip them to bits, eat everything. There we go. Nice and easy. Bell ringer again. Still not sure I'm going the right way, but you know what? I'm going a direction and there's still enemies appearing, so I can't be that wrong. Noom. Oop, target sighted. Nooming intensifies. And we're dead. I guess I was missing a lot of my crits probably, so we didn't end up getting the heal. That was going so well, and then just suddenly it all went wrong. But that's the risk you take when you're relying on crits. We still have the sickles, we still have the vampiric heart, but we lost all of those owl statues. So we don't have that speed anymore, or we lost the nice energy rune we had, but we thankfully have another decent one. Back to the steed till we get back over there. And since we have no money, we can't get any stronger, so back in we go. It's fine, we'll get it back. I just gotta get back in there. Which we're not gonna have an indicator for that spot, but we know how to get there, vaguely. And we now know that when we're at any of those jump spots, we can jump to them. So I can just go up that tree and get it back over most of the way. Just had a whole rainbow going off around the edges of my screen there because of the enemies all around us. There we go. Now we're like 90% of the way there. So the fast travel is actually really nice. Full credit for that. Now I just need to find that tree. That tree will make it easy for me to find the door. You know, that tree. Not any of these other trees. That one tree. That specific tree. That tree. That one right there. You know, the little bit of music playing in the background actually really reminds me of Blood West, actually. Stylistically, in some ways, there's some of the same energy, too. Very similar case of, I'm doing well, oh god, I'm dead. Everything's going great, and I'm dead again. Blood West is a real good game, too, though. Well, I'm also not playing nearly as careful as I probably should be, either. Just going ham in there. I absolutely probably could have stepped back and saved myself if I was paying more attention. But I'm just, like, full just going crazy. Like, I'm not sure you're meant to just, like, wade into the crowd like I just did there, for example. Oh, hey, we got a new owl statue. Not a great one, though. Just a basic one. Exactly. Look at all of the loot I'm throwing everywhere because I'm just ripping through everything. Sounds good, Vale. Go enjoy your food. I certainly will. Of course. Wow, you can throw those shots real far, huh? I just want to remind everyone, I could make this game easier on myself by lowering the amount of enemies. Ooh, we found a crusher. That will be a very wild switch between what we have going and that. But it's hard to argue with an ability called overwhelming butchering. And it's another crit move. Every 6th hit is a guaranteed crit for this thing, too. They support the build. They support my stupidity. You love to see it when a game's like, yeah, go be stupid. Do it. Go for it. Hell yeah. Oh, this thing, it lives up to its speed rating. This is, whoa. This is a whacking stick if I ever saw one. Wah, wah, wah. Crunch, punch, smash, bash. Over 1,000 on that one. God damn. They weren't kidding when they called this thing a crusher. Sploosh. Sploosh. Become as pudding. Okay, I thought I deleted him, but he flew over there and then vaporized. Anybody else? I suppose since we died, we probably can open that secret chest again. The lost city of Amixir again. I missed the pop-up when we walked in here the first time, actually. So it's kind of a good thing that we died. So the fact that this is an entire lost city down here means this stage must be really long. Because we went through that whole castle section and now we've got this whole underground section. Not that I'm complaining, I am down for these stages lasting a while. But it's just surprising after how short the first stage was that it turns around and is like triple the length. So maybe there was a bunch of stuff I missed in the first one. That wouldn't surprise me. This game seems to have stuff like crammed in every single nook and cranny of the world, which is great. It definitely scratches my squirrel brain as far as that goes. And I say squirrel brain because I would always get called out for my climbing on everything as squirrel shit. And you know what? It's not inaccurate. Now wow, you got away with dashing into me that time, huh? Are they all dead? I don't think they're all dead. Nope, there's still one more. I see him. Fuck you. You ain't sneaky enough. Why is that on fire now? It's gone. I realistically should have switched weapons for that engagement, probably. In fact, I think I'm going to for this next fight here, just to make sure that we don't, or at least make it a little less likely that I'll die. because we are kind of hurt. Losing the reach might cause a different death, though, so there's that. What I really need to do... I can't believe I did that. I thought this game... I don't know why I thought the dash gave me iframes. But I'm like, oh yeah, my dive will give me iframes. It'll just pass right through that shot. And I've thrown away all of the good things we had. That's upsetting. But that was entirely my own fault. I should have just dashed around and then attacked him instead of trying to just dive bomb him. But the dive bomb would have looked so cool. Instead, I just look like a fool. And you know what? That's not the first time, nor will it be the last time that that'll happen. Oh well. I'm just turning into a complete mess now, huh? God damn. Come on, brain. I know you're thrown off by your own inability to accomplish the thing, but do better. Also, why is that like nothing but ranged guys? What the hell, game? I wonder if this game actually dynamically reacts to how you're playing in some way. Like, it obviously reacts to you dying to a certain degree, or at the very least, the random enemy spawning seems like it does. Because, like, we had those enemies disappear that I died to repeatedly. So there's got to be something to that. So if it actually has, like, significant dynamic enemy spawning, that's actually really impressive. Especially, again, like I've mentioned probably too many times at this point, for a singular dev. I'm so sad now, though. We lost so much money and, like, multiple ancient items. All because I decided to be a greedy idiot about how I dashed into a fight. But, you know, that's how it is. You get greedy, you get slapped for it. And I can't even say, like, well, maybe if I kept the crusher in hand, I would have been fine. It's like, well, no. I dashed into an attack. That weapon choice didn't matter there. But I do feel like the enemy layout in here changed a little bit, too. Because wasn't there, like, a whole ton of guys, like, in this room here? Like, a variety instead of basic? Or am I thinking of the next room? I might be thinking of a further in room, and I'm just, like, having all of this blend together. So standing here just mulching through these guys, apparently getting me killed this time. Something went wrong there, and I don't know what. We still have all our stuff that we were using, so it's not like I lost any component of the setup. I think it really is just a matter of I'm missing, like, pivotal crit attacks. And it's backfiring on me as a result of that. Because, like, obviously this is an incredibly risky attack method. Going in basically face-to-face with them instead of even arm's length. And just monkey mode spinning around with a pair of blades and just flailing. Like, there's almost certainly a much more elegant, clever setup I could be doing here. Instead of, blade go burr. But blade go burr is fun. Even if it absolutely gets me killed. Like, I need to remind people as well, I never went into this intending to guaranteed succeed. I'm here to have a good time, rip up enemies, and just go crazy. And I'm getting what I wanted as far as that goes. I'm just getting more than I bargained for at times. And that's the risk I knowingly took, amping the enemy amount up. I do kind of wonder what areas like this would look like without amping the enemy count, though, because, like, there's plenty of rooms where there's only, like, 4 dudes. So would there just not be any in those rooms at enemy count 1? That would just be sad. There'd be so much room between enemies. How could you cope with, like, no enemies? That'd be weird. Like, after running on enemy count 9, I'm not sure I could turn around and go back down enemy count anymore. Oh, this is a pretty nasty looking group, though. There we go, dive just a little faster that time. Because that was the other problem I had when I dove at that one shooter. I absolutely could have dove fast enough that he wouldn't have gotten a shot off, probably, but I hesitated. What? Apparently that, like, windmill they do outreaches my sickles. And also does 2 damage. Or maybe I got hit twice, technically. God, those jumpy poison guys are the bane of my existence. If you think about it, they have caused... I've lost count of how many times I've died, but... like, just to throw numbers around, 9 out of 10 of my deaths are probably to those poison guys. But alright, I think it's time to change strategy. As much as I love the crazy sickle method here, I think it is time to accept that that's just not working. It works for a while, and then there's just points where it doesn't work. So let's take back the red steel broadsword. We have to give up the vampiric heart. You know what? Let's actually, like, full commit here. Is combining these two with the dragon head, we should actually get some good results out of the dragon head. Because I've been wearing that dragon head this entire time and not have any actual benefit from it. Oh wait, why do I only have 1 heart? I think it, oh right, because I changed hearts, that's probably what removed my health. Okay, new strategy. Watch as this strategy horrifically fails me because I'm not used to fighting sensibly anymore and I just try to go in sword flailing. Let's test it on these guys on our way. Yeah, that's gonna be the one big perk to using a better sword. But again, is it clears the chaff much faster. So I don't have to worry about like getting clipped by random enemies that are still alive. It is nice that those warp spots are actually reasonably generous to grab, but I could definitely see if there's ever a situation where there's multiple of them near each other in any way, shape, or form, that could easily go wrong as well. I debated fighting them, and then I thought about it, it's like, that's an easy way to die a stupid death. Not that it matters at this point since we've lost everything again, but, you know, that's just how it is sometimes. I don't know why you're here alone. Oh, it's because you're one of these little shitters. Wow, I outreached him more than I thought there. Maybe I should just do that every time they jump now. The more you know. That's the sad thing about having so much trouble with those guys, is they're probably not even that hard to fight. But I just keep reacting wrong to them, because they fight much like I do, with speed. And when two fast objects collide, well, things don't go well half the time for one of the two fast objects. And somehow they're just, like, slightly more durable than I am, so they win. I think I missed a room somewhere along the way there, but you know what? It doesn't matter. Just unleashing burning rage upon everything now. On the bright side, we can apply what we learned doing the crit build to doing regular sword use way better anyway, because the amount of dodging we were doing still works. We just now have a little bit more reach to work with it with. And hey, if we never died, we would never have found this chest and gotten a new crusher. So you know, at the end of the day, sometimes things just work out. Sometimes it's just for the best that you died. They also did really well with how the enemies fall apart, I gotta say. I haven't mentioned it till now, but like, you can very specifically take these guys apart, which is very satisfying. The destructive parts of my mind are just like, yes, there goes his arm. Oh, nope, there goes a leg. Oh, off with the head. Just the entire time. There we go, back in Mushroom Deathland. There's something over here. It feels like this is a natural jumping path to something. I just didn't pay it any mind before. So apparently, natural jumping path or not, there doesn't seem to be much of anything here. This is another way to a bunch of enemies. And I feel like this is actually skipping me closer to where we had died originally, so I wish I had thought of this sooner. But I'm actually gonna go back because I don't want to lose track of the path we were on so that I could find that secret room again. In case the chest there respawns, which I'm not sure if chests respawn on death or not. I kind of hope they do, because otherwise we'll be bereft of a lot of really good items. But that's also the cost of dying sometimes, is you lose really good stuff. As much as I don't necessarily enjoy that as a concept, that's just the cost of doing business sometimes. Missed it. Just a bit of mutual bad jousting there. Yeah, there's where our latest death was. Which, that one's valuable-ish, but nowhere near as valuable as the one we lost at the start of this whole process. Oh, it's a weird claw, not a crab claw. It just looked like a crab claw to me. Where are you? You turn around? Did you... He immediately lost interest, I guess. Not so funny when I do the windmill in return, is it? You know what the best part about that is? I did that mostly to be funny, and it worked out. This seems like another place where they would have hidden a chest. Really? Nothing? Huh. Well, that's a shame. Okay, I think we're back at the secret spot. Yeah, we are, but that's gonna be really dangerous to get into. Because we have no health, and those guys all have range. So this is an awkward situation to be in, for sure. Because we have a couple options. I can either walk down the path further and hope we don't die. Which, unfortunately, we could easily die. Or we risk it. And considering I do have my powers charged, it wouldn't be the worst idea, but we're also close to getting a hit point back. So let's look ahead a little bit. See how viable it would be to get health back over here first. Looks like mostly regular dudes over there. Probably take them without it being too big a heartache. Yeah, that worked out. We now have an extra hit to spend in the cave here. And if I can hit them fast enough, we might actually be able to get away with avoiding them getting a volley off on me first anyway. That worked out so well. But yeah, the chest is still open, so we lost those items. That sucks. Bunch of ancient items all went to heaven. That chest came back, but that one didn't. It's sad. But, you know, that's how it be. There might be a way to, like, reset these stages. Like, maybe after you complete a stage and you go back, then it resets and you can get the stuff again or something. Otherwise, we're definitely gonna hit some power limitations because we missed out on a bunch of real rare stuff. Not that most of it was that useful, admittedly. Like, half of the rare stuff was things I wasn't gonna use, and it was duplicates. So it's not the worst thing to have happened, just not ideal. I do admit that it's very jarring every time that lightning strike happens, especially when I think I didn't drop very far and then blam goes the lightning. So there's where we died the first time. That group down there, I'm pretty sure, is the group I died to like a fool. Right before, or an interesting bit there. Or at least somewhere in this string we had died to them. Some group with a shooter in it. That was the wrong time for the rage to kick in, but you know, it is what it is. Am I even going the right way? I don't think I'm going the right way. I think I'm going backwards. yeah, Screeching Necklace just boosts psychic damage. Nothing up here either, huh? Okay. I had to get my satisfaction somewhere, you know? They floated over there and then I just somehow lost them. And like, I don't think anything went wrong. I think I just might have like had an idiot moment. But you know, these things happen. Oh, hi. That's not what I expected to find up here. And we're dead again. Fuck, I should have just bailed. As soon as I saw a crowd like that, I should have just left. But no, I was like, I can take him with my 1 hit point. One of these days I'll learn. Today isn't that day, though. Today is apparently not that day that I will ever learn from my mistakes. It is a very unfortunate loop we're in here, though, that I keep dying in this stage and having to come back in again and again and again. But, you know. That's just how it goes sometimes. Sometimes absolutely no progress happens, and that's really something I need to be better at coming to terms with anyway. I've lost count of the amount of times where we started having real trouble in one of these streams, and I'm just like, I hate everything now. But somehow playing this, I'm managing to keep a more even outlook at that. And I don't really know why. Also, there was definitely a blue glow down here. Aha! There was a secret treasure. Well, hold that thought. Climb down. I mean, I suppose part of it is I probably am not as bothered because we're keeping enough things changing that things stay interesting. And I also went into this fully expecting to be getting my shit pushed in. And we haven't reached the point where I'm doing worse than I expected to be doing. So I suppose that may be part of it. It's like a balance of expectations. As much as I like the twin fused heart, I think I do need the regeneration. Just because there are just enough times where I seem to end up in a bad position with regard to how many hits I have left. And then I just make a stupid mistake, and that's how we die. But don't worry, anybody that's like, oh, the crit build's dead, you're never gonna use it again. It's like, no, it's just kind of waiting till we have better tools for it at this point, because, or at the very least, I may retry it just when we're not in this place anymore. Though hell, it may even come back in this place at the rate we're going, because we still haven't managed to make forward progress. So, maybe the build wasn't the problem. you know, shock horror. Maybe I'm the problem. Wouldn't be the first time that's been true. Unfortunate amount of bots out and about today, huh? Okay, so that's how Revitalize works, is it just, until it runs out, it slowly just ticks the heart meter back up a little bit. So it's not like a huge way to gain hearts back, which didn't expect it to be, but it helps fill in small gaps, which could be huge. Holy hell, speaking of huge. This is more like that what this room looked like before. We just had a couple trips where there just wasn't much in here for some reason. There was a stealth guy in here. Is he dead? Yeah, I think he's dead, otherwise he would have jacked me by now. Oh, there's that idiot up there, though. Hi. Oh, you got friends. Maybe I was the idiot. Huh. Surprised they didn't get involved, but I guess they couldn't have gotten off the ledge they were on. Get fireballed. Huh. That's a slightly unusual way for these things to have landed, but I guess they were stuck in the door and they got stuck on each other. You know, in a weird way, though, the amount of dying I'm doing is reminding me of what I've been playing in my off time, which is Vintage Story. Which, for those who know what that is, you probably immediately understand why I'm saying I was dying all the time. But for those that don't, think Minecraft, but incredibly brutal and much more mechanically dense. Like, to stack niche reference upon niche reference, if anybody ever played the Terra Firmacraft mods from Minecraft, you basically would understand exactly the same thing that Vintage Story is. Metallurgy is a lot more important and things like that. You actually have to, like, melt the ores down appropriately and pour them into casts and such in order to be able to use anything, metal, etc. Very fascinating game, also very good at kicking my ass. It's just a thing. Like, I've basically built myself a fort, and my fort's goddamn surrounded by wolves, so I still can't get anything done. It's just a nightmare. But the amount of times that game kicks my ass is why that has yet to become something I'm like, yeah, I'll just show that on stream. It's also a little resource intensive, so it's not ideal. Like, even with the hardware I've got going on right now, it can be a bit rough at times. I probably still need to just adjust it more, and I probably can get it into a streamable state. It's just also very slow in between the moments of, oh god, I'm dying. So, I don't know how exciting it would actually be. That really feels like another one of those games where that stream just ends up just chatting plus. Is to put another point on it. Say you need something made out of clay in order to pour your metal into. You have to actually wait an amount of in-game time, which equates obviously to an amount of real-time hours, in order for that clay to be cooked in a pit kiln you made. So it's just a lot of waiting, which I don't mind doing when I'm idle and like working on other things while the pit kiln cooks and things like that. But for a stream, it's kind of complicated. you know, these deaths have been worth it because we found other goodies to make up for the goodies we lost. Oh, God, I would not be too happy if I had 100% found everything on my way down here and then died twice and lost all of it. That would be real rough. But I got onto the concept of vintage story, though, because of the fact that it's another game where I've been spending a lot of time losing everything and having to get it back. And sometimes wondering, like, is there even a way for me to fix this situation? Because I gotten stuck in this pit full of monsters in Vintage Story last night. And I almost didn't get any of my stuff back out of that pit because one additional thing over Minecraft that game has is a lot more stuff has gravity and you can't stack it. So it's very hard to find something to dig out of there with. I really hate those invisible guys. Like, just one misstep and all of your hearts are gone against those guys. It's kind of upsetting. Yeah, to finish that thought, though, in order to get out of that pit, I basically ended up chopping up a dungeon I found down in that hole, because those blocks didn't have gravity, and I just used those to staircase my way out of that nightmare zone. I should have used the regeneration thing, but this time I caught it. I don't actually have any health. We should be able to get health back good enough, but just like, that could have been a problem. Especially with that guy throwing a rock at me right as I teleported away. That could have been a real stupid death for me right there. And that would have been a great way to lose everything. Yeah, no, for anybody that likes Minecraft and Minecraft adjacent things, Vintage Story is quite good. It's fucking mean, but it's quite good. And it's got good mod support, so, you know, you can fill in whatever gaps you wish at that point. And there's your random tangent for the day. It's like, I need to get back in the habit of randomly tangent. Just running random tangents while I'm doing something. Because I know I lost that again at some point. Like, I've been falling quiet more often. I shouldn't be doing that. That's not what you do when you're broadcasting. Oh right, I lost the crusher. I was like, why can't I switch weapons? Because I don't have a second weapon equipped right now. Because it's gone. You remember how I said that I should have fixed the fact that I only had one hit? Yeah. Yeah, shouldn't I have, though? Shouldn't I have fixed that? Oh, now it's charged to maximum. Then where'd the hearts go a minute ago? Oh. That's probably the problem. I forgot I put on a heart that was corrupted. That's why I only had one hit. You know how sometimes I just start getting ahead of myself? Yeah. Yeah, now is one of those times where I get ahead of myself, huh? Brain, please, cue back into reality so we can actually be successful for a bit here, huh? You know what, here, we're gonna put the Hand of Misfortune on, is we've been having a lot of misfortune, and I feel like just changing our luck might be a great decision here. So we can hopefully get a good item and use that to dig me out of the hole we're in right now. ignoring the fact that I could just, you know, lower the enemy count a little bit and probably solve all of my problems. No. Stubbornness too strong. I'm in spite mode now. The bright side is we can make up all of the ichor we lost. I'm not worried about that in the slightest. The only unfortunate thing we've lost basically has been items. And obviously all of that's replaceable. It's not like immediately or readily replaceable since those chests don't respawn, but we can make do with what we get. We've been making do this whole time. We can absolutely just continue to do so. Because aside from putting the items together in a better way, I don't really know how much better items across the board would change too much. Because, like, obviously, a lot of my death has been me just making very poor life decisions. I gotta say, some of those deaths have been real jarring, too. Just like, going along, screen is full of V now, because you are dead. Just very sudden, just bam. Getting jump scared by the letter V. Die in this room, didn't I? Because I dove in figuring I could hit them enough to get health back and then just... Why am I raging again? I didn't even attack. Why did the rage meter fill again? Weird. See, now it makes sense. Now I filled it correctly. But like a minute ago, I wasn't doing anything. I was just sitting there, or in the menus. It just decided to go mad mode. What you doing up there? Hey, get down from there. Wasn't there a basic chest somewhere around here? There it is. There's my guaranteed primeval, and it's a ring that doesn't help. And that's the risk with gambling with something like that, and the hand exploded immediately. Well, glad I wasted 2% of our overall luck in this game permanently for that. Nope. Back to the horse. Maybe that's why we've been dying. I gave up my lucky horse. Yeah, let's switch to this sword because we do extra damage in a crowd. Why is it still saying that that one's the one that's equipped? You confused, game? Because I'm confused. There we go. I think it was because I had the weapon put away when I switched them, and I didn't have a second weapon, so wasn't sure what to show on that screen at that exact second. Hmm. There we go. Oh, hey, the rose. We never saw that, I don't think, either. I had this during testing. This was literally the first thing that ever dropped for me. Yeah, you can just summon extra copies of yourself when you do your lightning drop. Not really something I do that much, so it's not of any real use to me, but there you go. That's another sword that exists. And maybe, just maybe, there's a world in which if I use the lightning drop more often, maybe something good would happen because of that. Because it would clear some of these guys basically automatically. But it also has a tendency of putting me in a really awkward position because I land amongst the enemies and they don't always all die. So I don't always get a good response time to all of the things that are now around me. But, you know, to a certain degree, that's my own fault, too. Also, why am I chewing through all of these guys every time? Now that we know that the secret chest doesn't exist anymore, I can just kind of skip forward. Or like I usually do. And that'll probably ease my pain a bit, too. Especially since I think I spot a blue thing. Yeah, up there's where we died the most recent significant death. But I'm not interested in them. I see blue stuff. Oh boy. Oh god. I went to swing at him and he just popped in half of his own volition. And probably because he was still burning. Just looked really funny. Oh, we got another green crusher and another arcane retribution ring. Great. Like, I wouldn't mind using Arcane Retribution, except for the fact that I don't have any good sources of extra temporary hearts. Because you know what you need to have in order to get temporary hearts? That thing we lost an ancient version of earlier. It's unfortunate, but it's true. Satisfying revenge here, at least. Relatively satisfying. Would have been more satisfying if I got my stuff back, but, you know, it is what it is. It seems like it's a hub for getting around, but getting around to where? It's like it launches you this way, but that's just to nothingness, as far as I can tell. Like, there's enemies down there, and maybe you're supposed to go down there? And there's also the one that points this way, which that's the one that was how we got up here, I'm pretty sure. And there's the red glow down there. There's the blue stuff we flew off to before. Like, I'm trying to figure out what the point to fighting these guys up here was. And as far as I can tell, it was just to have access to these two hub points that send me places. Like, If anything, I'm more interested in that. Uh-huh. Fine, I'll deal with you first because you're gonna try to kill me while I try to loot that box. You know, maybe it's not gonna be try to kill me. Okay. That was a thing. And I purposely didn't open that box because I was worried that things were gonna come flying out of it in a bad way. Who's shooting at me now? Oh, you dropped down when you came after me. That's... Well, bye, stupid. Okay. Now he's further down. I don't think he's my problem anymore. Blue sickles, blue red steel broadsword, blue hand of misfortune. Okay. You know what? Game's making it up to me a little bit here. Making it up to me a little bit. 3 times more effective of criticals, and it's good against single targets. Might use this as a boss fight weapon? I don't know. One way or the other, this is definitely a better red steel broadsword at the very least. You son of a bitch. He found his way back. Are you fucking kidding me? He found his way all the way back just to piss me off and then fall off again. This fucking guy. His people laud him as a goddamn hero, but to me, he's a goddamn menace. Fucking demonic Spider-Man over here. There's a third one. Cool. I'm glad I didn't relax too soon there. I almost shot myself in the foot there. Because if I had fully let my guard down there, he was gonna jump me and I was gonna die. Ooh, motive power to get another ability. Oh no 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 no. Ah. So now we can have all 3 powers that we have available to us. I don't know if this is like, this will be unlocked later in the game or if these are to be unlocked in early access. But we have all of the powers we know about. You just throw your equipped weapon at them and it spins for a little bit. It's quite nice, but you know, there's the limitation of you don't have your sword in your hand anymore. Something to make that go further, or if maybe raging made me dash further. But I like went way back, but I think I was backpedaling as well at the same time, so I think maybe that like chucked me further back, kind of like how I was adjusting it side to side without fully realizing I was doing that before. There's a dude. Look at this dude. Oh, he's looking at me. think that's the same one that was pissing me off, actually. Fuck you, buddy! That's right, you don't get a fair fight. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on. Does the horse deserve it? No. But you know what? It unfortunately is attached to him. You know, one could argue that what I've been doing so far today has been the definition of insanity. Except for the fact that we are in fact getting different results. So at the end of the day, really what do you do with that information? The answer, I think, is be confused about it, like I am. I'm once again in that awkward position of I'm not sure I'm going the right way. I feel like I've circled back around somehow. And that's the same mushroom we died on before. Well, guess we're doing that again anyway. Oh wow, they all died to that. That works. Goodies! Well, if we have ended up circling around, at least it was worth it. Oh hey, another mode of power. Yeah, that's right. Joke's on you, I can put up an impenetrable field of blade. Aha. There we go. That's probably how you're supposed to utilize the slam consistently, is just like jump to random bits and bobs around the area. Okay, drop the green, but we'll figure that out in a second. I've got rage to spend. There we go. Green dragon head. We haven't looked at our stuff in a little bit. Weapons we're kind of locked in on still. Apparently, oh, there we go. I over-scrolled before. Oh, we do actually have one of those temporary charge ones. But it only gives you 3 hearts, though. That's so dangerous. At the rate I'm just losing health hand over fist, that is probably, like, the worst idea I could have right now. The next chest we come up to, I might put the Hand of Misfortune on again, though, in the hopes that we get a better primeval. Can't guarantee that it'll accomplish anything, but it might. And at this rate, can our luck... you know what? No, I'm not gonna finish that sentence. Mostly because I know the truth of the end of that thought. And based on that sentence, people probably can figure out what I was going to say before I cut myself off, so... I don't need to finish that thought anyway. Which, you know... As far as results go, it may also not matter that I didn't finish that thought, but... Well, I can dream. And yeah, I think I've almost definitely gone around in a circle. Because I'm pretty sure this is the same rock I jumped over to there from. Yep. So down there must be the way then, right? And actually, no, that's where we jumped up there from, because The first time, that is. Because we wouldn't have been able to reach that other one. So if this... Yeah, that just teleports me forward, though. That doesn't even, like, take me off the edge anywhere. It doesn't, like, start a chain of teleports. Ditto with this one. Well, you know what? Hell with it. Cowabunga it is. Oh, no, you don't. But we cleared a big swath right there, didn't we? There's a whole bunch left, though. Whole bunch. Like, this probably is the most crowded field we've seen. Which tells me this must be, like, on the right track, right? There would be no other reason why they'd have such an insane amount of enemies stacked up out here. You know, other than my own actions coming back to haunt me. Wondering, by the way, if I'm actually, like, consciously dodging or any of that. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. When I'm in those huge crowds, that's mostly me autopilot dodging when I see something on any edge of the screen and focusing primarily on where I'm swinging, in case anybody was wondering how that thought process was going. Because a lot of the time, I just don't have the time to be consciously deciding, like, okay, I'll dodge this way, etc. It's like, no, there's too much shit happening. Like, it's just a mess. Aha! I think we found something. Ring of floating butterfly. Oh, hey, you lived through all of that, huh? Let's fix that. There you go. Be with your friends. If you're not friends, well, be in the same afterlife anyway. Figure out your differences and figure out who fucked up the process there. I probably should stop picking up these gray quality items at this point. Strange door, but lava pit. Lava pit's kind of interesting. Is there anything in the lava pit? There could be. But here's the question. Is this death? Is this way forward? Is that the way forward? Like, I wish this wasn't such a long trip, because I would absolutely just chuck myself down that hole to find out if this wasn't such a long trip down here. Well, the door seems like the safer choice, so I'm gonna take the door. Huh. The door leads outside. Huh. I'm not sure what to do with that information. Unless maybe this is a checkpoint? Like maybe there's one of those warp points near here somewhere? And that's meant to be your shortcut back in if you die down the volcano hole? Question mark? Because there's a couple big dudes over there. Wait. No, we're not. We're not just right here, are we? We're right under the tree. Or are we? No, because the castle's all over there. That's not the same tree. That's just a very similar tree, right? I have to know. Well, there's a blue thing underneath that tree as well. Problem is, I'm real worried about losing track of where that door was. No, this is a sapped ether bark tree. But isn't this the one we climbed that had the warp at the top of it? This is like the exact same chain of jumps here. It sure is. Fuck's sake. So what that means, yep, is there's the chest we opened. That means there was a massive shortcut this entire time. And there's also this whole area down here too. Which, who knows what the fuck the point of this room is? Ooh. What's the point of this room? Like, these candles are cool. These lamps are neat. But, like, there's nothing down here. I mean, oh, there's a chest. Blends in a little bit, but it's there. And that wasn't a basic chest because it was glowing blue, otherwise I would have put the thingy on. But that got me some more Elder items, at least. I do still want to make use of those dual iron swords, but I'm kind of waiting for a better dual iron swords first, if I'm honest. We've been having some troubles. So we got the primeval ring there. We got a tempered ring. Like, I don't know. We got a fancy bone, so that's nice, right? Yeah, and we already know that the higher tier versions of the quartz heart does not net you that much of a benefit. At the very least, it like doesn't give you higher base health with it equipped than the 3 you have. And it might be that those temporary charges pan out well enough that that's fine. I'm just real nervous about using that. But now that we know that there's a really good shortcut back, maybe that's not so bad. I also need to consider the concept that maybe it's worth my while to run away. Like, it might be worth my while to retreat back to base and then come back down. Now that we know that that door exists. And you can use that as a fast way back. Because the door is just right over here. I think it was over here. Somewhere around here. Did I really lose the door? Because we know it's somewhere below where the tree was. That was by the bridge. Oh, hey. Accidentally found more treasure, so there's that. This makes it a stronger case to, like, you know, maybe, just maybe, don't waste these items this time. Try to, you know, save the fact that I have these. Also, now that I know that we can just run on water, it's kind of worth my while to run around down below here anyway a bit. But, like, there's nothing lost by portaling back that I know of. So there's a world in which that's actually just, like, the best idea I have right now is just call for the warp portal. Oh, and I think it's actually a different spot.
Pierces the sky, drawing a thread straight to Amarect. Walk its path, and the tower will welcome you.
Because that's definitely not how we got here. Ooh, there's also another checkpoint here. Which I think we did grab that one, but I'm gonna make sure we have it. And before I go. Yeah, because this is the... Yeah, this is the one we jumped to from the bridge. And we know that tree is where the door is, roughly. Like, it's somewhere around that island that that tree is on. So yeah, I'm gonna, for once, do the due diligence, intelligent thing and get the fuck out with what we have. So we can gain some levels and become a bit more sturdy and usable. Like, obviously we're not actually gonna become more durable necessarily, but we will gain more damage, which will be nice. It seems like the main thing you gain by leveling is just straight up all damage. Okay, that's just a light coming through. I thought for a moment there was a goodie up there, but you'll notice that it's shifting to the side further and further. Oh yeah. Hall of Reflection first? Yeah, Hall of Reflection first. We'll spend some points on levels. And then we might actually upgrade something. Depends on how much money I have left. Ooh. Not much. Okay. We actually had enough pretty much to level pretty evenly there. Okay. But now we have a 30% all damage instead of a 20%. So that's probably worth it. Keyword being probably. The most important thing is we can go cleanse all of these good things we have. What's the deal with you, Mr. Purple Petal Man? What are you? There's more of you. Weird. Deal with that later. There we go. Now we got a ton of things we won't lose anymore. Which now means we can experiment a bit more freely. Because at least my own brain won't itch at me so badly anymore about losing all of the things we had. Because that was part of the thing. It's just like, man, we had so many things we could have tested it using, but we lost them before we could test them. So now I suppose since we're going back in, now we can actually go ahead and do that experimentation I was talking about moments ago. I could also probably throw some of these things away. As mentioned, to my knowledge, there's no way to like, well, no, actually we could feed items to the better items, the ones that we aren't using any of, because we still don't have any particularly good ones. So I guess I'll just keep pocketing them. Okay, it still spits me out here, which is interesting because we can leave through that door, but apparently we can't return through that door. So that's an interesting split. Thankfully, it's not hard to get back to where we were. Or like at all. Because we just run across the water here and the tree's right up there. So we're already basically in position. Okay. The dual swords are pretty satisfying. They are very akin to the sickles, but they are at least a little stronger. We are, like, missing all of our health right now, though. Oh, neat. Since there's two of them, I actually get 2 whirls out of it. So that's nice. Somewhere down here was that door. I wish I had a map so I could have marked where that door was. So I think I'm partially barking up the wrong tree as to where down here the door is. Because it was by a broken up bridge, but it could be any part of this broken up bridge. What we know is we could see the tree from near the door, though. So somewhere down on the ground level, with the tree visible, is where we were. It makes me actually almost feel like it was over here. But the problem is, no matter where I'm going with that thought, my brain is giving me the "you're barking up a wrong tree" warning. The problem is, it gives me that warning incorrectly sometimes. But considering we're going into the town here, I feel like it might be right this time. At the very least, this is a nice crowd to clear up to get some health back. Oh, I think I know where I am now, actually. Sort of. So I think this was one of the first places we started having trouble breaking into this area and more. Because of how many shooters there are, and what do you know? We're having that same problem again, because we are surrounded by shooting enemies. Oof. Do the smart thing this time and get the fuck out of there. I could have kept fighting them, but I think we would have just lost. Speaking of, there's where we kept losing to those 3 jerks over and over again. Maybe it's the other end of the bridge. Maybe on the other side of this island there's more bridge. So I don't think it's that section there. Because there was a longer section of bridge we were under, and there was a hole in it. Distinctly remember there being a hole in it. In fact, this makes sense over here. Oh, no, there's not enough holes in it. There's a bunch of sword dudes over there. I don't really want to mess with that right now. On the shape we're in. In some ways, it's kind of nice that we get these, like, quiet bits. Hey, there's the door. Oh, holy bullshit, Batman. Feeling if I rushed through the shooter, I was gonna get hit there. That's why I made sure to build up a heal first. Oh, great. Another bunch of you idiots. Okay. Thankfully, these guys at least waste time running from me, so I can kind of work that angle a little bit. Just chase them into running. And repeat until I can get a hit in. There's a bunch of more regular enemies over there. I might be able to get some health back. No, there's a shooter among them still, though. Yeah, I had a feeling I was still gonna get hit doing that. I was hoping I could get to him and kill him before he could get a shot off, but I don't think these were the weapons for that idea. Because the problem with doing that lightning strike, for example, is we didn't get health back from that. That just prevented health loss. Yeah, we just keep equalizing now, so I guess I may as well just go through the door and go find out if that lava pit is death or not. Because we didn't gain anything too cool. Couple green items here and there. Yeah, we have nothing corrupted. That would be the worst thing to lose. This is a completely different door. Nope, this is the same door. Okay. And this is why I was being careful before going through it, though, is because I remembered this is the land of 50 million dudes. Worked out, though. We got more health back from that crowd. It's gonna really suck if this is just a death pit. Hello! No, I mean, not directly a death pit, anyway. Indirectly.
Behind you.
Rude. Look at you being a cheeky bastard. So I appreciate that, actually. That was pretty neat.
Into the fray.
Though his voice is very fucking loud. So hang on, hold that thought before you echo in my ears again. I'm just gonna lower that a lot. As much for my sake as for y'all's.
Came here to die.
Ideally not, but you know.
You will only find death here, warrior.
Unless your pattern changes, buddy, I think you're the one who's gonna lose here. Because so far, your ankles are not looking so good. Meanwhile, I'm actually in perfect health compared to when we started this fight. Because you, sir, are just too slow.
There is only death here, warrior.
Well, we already established who was death for.
cannot stop her. Not anymore.
I'm glad you know what's going on. At least one of us. Ancient bell ringer and a flesh smith's grand hammer. Alright. And hey, we beat another boss. It only took like 2 hours of this stage. And we go home. But we didn't get information on a new area. Ooh, we can make our own kaboom. I mean, sorry, dual swords, but kaboom hammer. So I guess, either these stages don't exist yet, or there's something else I need to do. And like defeating him was just a bonus. Because like that is entirely a thing that could be true, is that that was just bonus. Like he was like a hidden boss or something. So I wouldn't say he was that well hidden, but you get the point of what I'm saying. Oh wow, it's expensive to upgrade that hammer, but that's not a surprise because it's ancient and a boss hammer. I suppose we should find out what upgrading something actually does for us, huh? Oh, you just raise it a tier, okay. So I could have just done that in the first place, which, you know, that's not that big a shock. I kind of more or less guessed that that was going to be the case with those. Okay, yeah, that is just the weapon slot. That's what I figured. We really haven't had any luck finding another Northern Heart, so let's go ahead and upgrade it again. This way we have a very good heart to fall back on. Though, upgrading that doesn't seem like it was that worth it. We gained extra damage, but we only gained a 2% chance that hits are absorbed without losing a charge. So that might not have been worth it. But at least the Northern Heart's like a nice, safe heart to use. And we can make a Primeval or Firstborn item better. But the only Primeval we have, I think, is this ring that I'm clicking on all the wrong slots for. Which, like I said, we do have a gimmick we can do with that, but the bonus on this isn't that great. It's only lightning damage increased. Which, don't get me wrong, half of our shtick with this game is we do lightning damage. Like, it's not even like, oh yeah, our character does lightning damage. It's like, no. As a main mechanic, this game involves lightning damage. So, though there's a character screen that we can't access in a world screen and a journal screen, so there might end up being like other characters. Oh right, it has to be fully satiated primevals, right. These two go together and then get put up there. So that doesn't help us right now because we only have one primeval. So now I'm just trying to decide, do I want to go back out there again or do I want to wrap up? We've only been going for like 4 hours, though. I could probably keep going for a little longer. I'm just a little worried, like, am I going to find more there? Or have I done everything that can be done right now? I suppose I could also go back to the first place and see if there's more to be found there, though. That's also an option, but I'm gonna go back to the place we're having trouble with again, though. Because, like, the existence of that door down where we were and all of that implies that there's even more around than I realized. Because, like, we can go to this whole lower area down here. Because we did not walk the entire low parts of this place by any stretch of the imagination. So there may be more things down here somewhere. Well, there's a mode of power, for example, that I didn't find. Not that that does much for us because of the available powers, but, you know. It's nice that these are all around. And it's not like I can upgrade these. At least not yet. Maybe that's a thing that's a planned feature.
That way leads to silence.
Whee!
Where even echoes fear to tread.
Thanks for throwing me at the enemies there, game. Glad I found the edge of your world, but you know, maybe don't throw me at a place where enemies are. Rude. It's good to know that that is a thing that happens, though, is if you hit the edge of the world, it will just throw you back. It won't, like, kill you or anything. It'll just chuck you away. Admittedly, it could have killed me because it chucked me, like I said, onto enemies, but still lesson learned there. And I'm interested enough to explore this a little bit more, at the very least. How much more? Well, that depends on how things end up going, really. Yeah, see, as long as I don't get their poison nonsense everywhere, those guys aren't so bad. It's just that poison is brutal. You know, for all that my luck got lowered, I really feel like it hasn't lowered at all. Considering we keep finding all of these Elder items suddenly. So maybe the game just is taking pity on me for how badly things were going earlier. Hard to say, really. Oh, look, another Elder item. And an Ancient. Okay, yep, no, my pity theory might be right here. Or maybe just the drop rate on enemies we haven't fought so far is higher or something. Like, you fought these guys 1,000 times. All they're gonna do is drop trash. These guys over here, though, the same enemy type, yeah, those guys are gonna drop the cool shit because they're 5 miles away from anything you've ever done. This way you'll actually go over there and deal with them. Oh, hey, you survived, huh? There we go. Just clear out this entire lower area. Find out if I'm right in thinking that there's more down here or not. still shooting at me? They are. They're running to a whole new slew of dudes. Okay. Now, can I actually finish cleaning up the items, or are you gonna bring me more items, game? Just making sure I didn't leave anything behind, because I see that I left a single piece of currency behind. So there easily could have been other things further around the corner that I didn't spot. Anything nestled among the rocks? No. I think this is the waterfall we climbed up, isn't it? Which means if we go this way... Yep, there's the door. Okay, so I figured that pathing out. Which means I might actually want to jump down the waterfall to double check things that are over there. Not actually sure how valuable that would be, but it also can't hurt. But yeah, now we get to see another one of these ancient quartz hearts, though. You can see that it reduces the cooldown between the temporary charges, but it doesn't actually, like, increase the amount of charges or anything. We can't seem to naturally get a higher than fledgling northern heart, I've noticed. This game definitely, I think, is going to end up getting filed under... Very much interested to see how the 1.0 is going to look for this, and any significant content patches and such for it. But it may end up otherwise getting kind of left in the waiting bin. Like, I have absolutely zero regrets about picking this up, but I do think it's currently a little on the early side. Like, what's here is very good and very solid, just... Unless there's a way to go anywhere or after here, and I just haven't found it. It's just a little content light is the only problem. Like, this one area has a ton of content in it, and it might be that there's stuff I missed in the previous one. But just, like, as a whole, that's about the only concern I have for this. But again, you know, it loops back around to the... This is one developer, so... Pushing this out as like a $20 product in early access to make sure they can keep working on it makes sense. Because there's more than enough here to warrant $20, I'd say.
The stars do not favor your steps there, light. Turn back.
Stop throwing me in the middle of the enemies. It's rude. You can just tell me don't go that way. It's okay. You don't have to hurl me into battle. I do like that there's multiple "hey, don't go that way" dialogues, though. That's good. Oh wow, I'm actually allowed down here, huh? Okay. How far this way can I go? Because I see something over there.
That way leads to silence, where even echoes fear to tread.
You threw me further forward, boss. And there's enemies here. So I guess I couldn't go that way? Like I trended just slightly too far to the right? I definitely found something down here. actually got chewed up pretty good there, too. Yikes. Looks like it's not as significant as something as I had hoped either, potentially. I mean, there's still potential, because there's still ground to cover down here. But, like, having this neat cave just spit out to the other side here disappointed me slightly. I thought this was going to be, like, a whole actual cave system here. And it might be something on the other side of the rocks here, like, where the other group of enemies we saw were. That goes in deeper. Oh, yeah. Like that. Which leads to another mode of power. Look at us being way ahead of the curve on modes of power. Where I think we've got double the amount we needed. Yeah, we have twice as many as we needed for the powers available. Oh, that's so many people that shoot, though.
The stars do not favor your
Thank
steps
you.
there, lightning.
Wow, that's
Turn back.
well, that's way further than I had intended to go. Hey, the door's here. Huh. You get the feeling that the more times they throw me back to the world I'm supposed to be in, they throw you closer to the target you're supposed to be doing. They pretty much like deposit me in front of the door here. But we've already done this. That is a safer bunch of enemies right there to try to get my health back from, though. Relatively speaking, safer. Also, if the game thinks I'm done down there, they got another thing coming. Now that I got health back, I'm going back. I can fight in the rest of that bunch to make sure there's nothing else down there.
The stars do not favor
God damn
your
it.
steps there, lightning. Turn back.
You have to go the long way around just because he's saying, no, 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 you can't go that way. You know, remember when I was just saying that it's actually a pretty good thing that they do that? I'm now starting to change my mind about that. And I think it's just because I'm running into it so much more now, because I'm testing the edges of the world more. Like, I would almost rather they let me fall off the edge of the world. Yeah, 'cause that's where the mode of power was. This is where the spooky group of shooters were that I bailed away from. Is there anything else down here? This is where we killed some other dudes. There's that. There's all these rocks. There's some neat looking rocks. There's damage numbers that are still floating around for some reason. This is where the moat itself was. Get a load of that, though. Big old fucking rock. You can definitely tell we're toward the edge of the universe, though, because you can see all the broken geometry over there in the distance. Yeah, because this is where we circled around from originally.
Precious time on this detour. Redirect your will.
Good to know that there was another dialogue that could happen, because he started repeating, so I was also wondering if he was just out of things to say. But if we got nothing else down here, I think we're out of things to do on this map then. I can't really think of anywhere else to go. We went up to the top of the castle, we ran around in the caves a bunch, we ran around down here a bunch, we found a boss, which didn't get us a new map or anything. There's also a world in which we do actually just wrap up here. But I think... Yeah, this is the same alcove we found before. The mana ritual alcove. Which I'm assuming probably later on we'll have something more significant going on with it too. You know, you were so quick to pick me up and toss me around before. There we go. I was about to say, how about you fucking
The heavens
pick me up?
themselves mark your passage. The beam will lead you home.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and cleanse our stuff. We'll go back and check the first stage a little bit more again, since we did kind of blitz that one. I won't bother leveling up because we can't afford it. I just want to make sure that if I do something stupid and die, we don't lose everything I picked up. And upgrade this northern heart to ancient. This way we can't lose much money either. Obviously I could have upgraded the sword instead, but it's fine. So back to this stage. Like, I took a real direct approach here. I'm wondering if there's much more going on out here or anywhere. The answer's starting to look like maybe. That might be part of why we had so much trouble in that other stage, though, is because we just kind of rushed forward. Like, maybe we were just in there before we were ready to be there. Universally scaled, because there weren't very many of these shooters here before, and now there's lots of swordsmen and shooters. So maybe there's level scaling, or like progress scaling. Like, it understands, like, hey, you killed 2 bosses, therefore everything's more dangerous now. Or something like that. Well, I found another mode of power. These will be great when more powers exist. Which I'll give credit for that. The exploration is at least somewhat rewarded. Like, I'm not traveling out here for absolutely nothing. Which, you know, taking in the sights is already nice enough, because this game doesn't look bad. Thank you for the raid, Kimmy. What were you up to today? Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to me just wandering around chopping everything in sight. Hopefully everyone's doing well. Just wreaking havoc, though. Yeet. Well, the sword itself isn't necessarily lightning, we are lightning. How goes, Zero? Oh, there is still a purple light up there, but we got the scroll up there already. Do I just get, like, another stage? Yeah, this game's pretty good. We've gone through 2 stages of it so far, which appear to potentially be the only stages that are in this early access version of it, which is slightly unfortunate. Nice. How far into Alan Wake have you gotten? Because I know that game's not too long, and I know you did a session, at least a session of it before. Yeah, you got dual swords, you got hammers, you got sickles, claymores, like 4 or 5 flavors of sword. Maces, though this is the same type as the hammer. Nice, nice. Got quite an array of artifacts and necklaces and such. These hearts are interesting because these actually impact how many hits you can take, which is kind of interesting. We were running with this one here that every critical hit gave us back a heart, which was quite effective until the fact that I was rolling with something that had no reach kind of came back to haunt me. You know, while we're just traveling around, let's test the piezoelectricity quartz heart here and see how well those temporary hearts actually do. So I can also pair that with this primeval ring, which is the rarest item we've ever found in this game. That'll make me explode every time one of my temporary heart charges breaks. But yeah, you've got like an array of dashes you can use. While your weapon's away, you can even do these super dashes, which are how I'm traveling around right now. Because we're just kind of exploring the maps now that we've finished, as far as I can tell, both stages. Is that there are. Just kind of puttering around trying to find any other hidden goodies there are. But of course, Kimmy, yeah, I'm sure you're tired after streaming, so do be sure to take care of yourself, and if you've got to run and do things, by all means. I do appreciate you bringing everybody over. I feel like I'm gonna get...
Waste precious time in this detour. Redirect your will.
When you leave the playable area, the game will yell at you like that and start chucking you back. Oh, hey, treasure. These poison guys are the worst thing I could have found while I'm testing a really low heart setup, though. Get back here. Fine. Catch that. Yeah, these 3 abilities I have are all 3 abilities that are available as far as I've been able to find. There's still one more left. Be sure. Unless he died to the burning. No, I would have been struck by now if he was alive. Or he's right there. Oh, there was more left than I thought. Unless maybe... Oh, you know what happened? They probably lost me and then walked back there. That's probably what happened. I know he's dead this time. Oh, hey, finally got a better Northern Heart. There we go. Well, better and not at the same time. Berserk has been doing pretty good for us since that had 5 hearts to spend to make me stronger. But headhunting has been one of my favorite benefits, considering the more enemies there are, the stronger you get. Which, that's a point to note as well. For those interested in adjusting your difficulty, you can actually adjust the toughness, the quantity, and the amount of elites there are in these stages in a value through 1 to 9. And I have the enemy quantity cranked to 9. There's something floating over there. But I'm pretty sure he's not going to allow me to go there.
Precious time on this detour. Redirect your will.
Oh, I'm going to keep directing my will here. Can't stop me. Oh, those are enemies that were just outside the world. And they fell into the void after I found them. Interesting. It's worth noting for all those that came in that this is an early access game and it's made by a single developer. So jank like that, don't think too harshly about that. But this is a really, really neat game. Came out 2 days ago. So keep that in mind as well. That's why there's not a ton of content available in it yet. But there's definitely massive amounts of promise. I guess we may as well climb back up there again and see if there's actually a new thing up there, since we're here. And I can take a new route to get there, because I can just go this way. Thanks to the super dashing, I have gotten in the habit of taking, as anyone would expect, the jankest paths to places. Come on, up, 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 up. Almost there. That does look like it's the same place, though, because that's where we did our first boss fight, in that building there. And we almost lost that because I had the toughness up a stage at the time, and that boss had a lot of health as a result. But we did win that first try. We actually only really started dying when we got to the second area. And boy, have I died a lot since then. Some of which my own fault, some of which just I got a bad bit of fighting that happened, and I happened to not come out of it very well. You know? Okay, I was about to say, have I fucked up? I might have fucked up. But no, we're fine. I got this. I can make this work. There we go. I need to know, is there something on top of this rock? Because usually you'll just see a really neat view from up these, on top of these, but now and then they've jammed chests in here. Like, look at that. Got a really nice mountain range with some good fog. Got a neat little bit of woods down there. Got a spooky church. What more could you want? But most importantly, we can shortcut up to here from this rock. There we go. And then we can get ourselves in there in an interesting way, probably, instead of going through the front door. Just come up here and share space with the gargoyles for a second. I'm sure they won't mind. This is the other thing I really appreciate about this game, is the amount of parkour nonsense you can do in this game, in addition to pretty good fighting. here's the exit, so... Why is there still a purple light here? 'Cause the scroll should have been right in front of the door there, I do believe. Oh, I might as well open the chest again, I guess. Now I'm slightly confused. I guess maybe there's just like a permanent purple light there, or there's something on the roof. Oh, there is still a light up there. This little light of mine, I want to grab the shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna steal the shine. I see. I think that's just where my portal back prompt is, actually. It just happened to conveniently be on top of the area where the item was that we needed. And the item also happened to have a purple light pointing at it. If it sounds like I'm making excuses, it's because I am. I'm full of shit right now. No, I want up there. No, I want up. I want up on the very tip top. I wish to be king of the world. I already conquered the castle in the last stage, in the other stage. I wish to conquer the monastery now as well. Whoa! Missed my exit a little bit. Don't mind me. Everything's fine. Nope. They do not want me up there. I don't know if anybody caught that, but the physics definitely slung me harder once I got up there. It just wanted nothing to do with me doing that. Okay,
the
fine.
heavens themselves mark your passage. The beam will lead you home.
Yeah, everything happens through this hub world here. Our freaky little castle that we live in over there. And this is the difficulty modifiers I was talking about for everybody that came in later on. It goes, like I said, from every level from quantity 1 all the way up. Oh no, it's quantity 6, not quantity 9. It even plays a neat sound when you do that. Okay, you can't actually affect the brutal and terrifying versions yet, but you can crank their toughness all the way up if you feel like wading through some real durable things. I'm not gonna get into that myself, I don't think, because honestly, we were having enough trouble. So that would be a whole thing. But you know, this way everybody knows what their options are. And as I mentioned earlier, I have an endless appreciation for being provided options. Is, you know, all it would take is like, okay, set a default. This way people know what the intended settings are, and then they can adjust it accordingly to suit whatever relative narrative they want to run for it, or whatever relative difficulty they want. Like, do you want to just go full power fantasy and have tons of enemies that are super weak and just crush through them? Do it. Go for it. Have fun. Like, all things considered, that probably is close to what I already had set up here because of the fact that I had max enemies, but they're really fragile. Problem is, they do a decent amount of damage, so you are actually really threatened when you have a large quantity of enemies, especially when you're fighting lazy like I was. Like, I was being real sloppy, and I would not at all ever consider my play anything other than that as far as that went. Because I was just la 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 la, swing the sword side to side, and until everything is gone, or I'm gone. And in many cases, it ended up being I'm gone. And in case people are wondering where the music went, unfortunately, it doesn't have music while it's in the background. So if I click away from it at any point, for any reason, the music dies. It's unfortunate. But I've clicked away because I'm currently trying to decide between raiding out and switching to something. And I'm leaning more toward raid out because we are 4.5 hours in. And my throat is definitely starting to tell me, hey, we're not bad yet, but if you push, it might get bad. Just a warning. And, you know, usually I take that warning, so. Especially with the constant congestion there has been again because of weather and everything. I know all of you that have raided in haven't been here that long, and I wish I had like a guaranteed, like, yeah, I can just do this to give you all something to watch right now. But I just don't have it. There are a couple things I should tell everybody about right quick. I have a couple things in mind for the next couple days. I just need to pull my brain back together again and actually remember what they were. Like, obviously, Saturday should be the 7 Days to Die lobby. Important couple things with that, right off the top, is I've updated the mod set, so there's going to be a few new things. Specifically, there's a couple new mods. But it's going to be mostly decoration things, so there's nothing incredibly exciting there for anybody to worry about. It's mostly just going to make Voila much happier, and she will be able to do some great things with the house using those things. I wish my brain was working faster. Because I thought there was something I saw update that I'm like, yeah, I should do something with that. We may very well continue / finish Heritage tomorrow. Because that was another thing I was going to bring up, is I didn't forget about that game. I just have been distracted and occupied with other things, because, like, obviously, Monday we had the collab, so I wasn't going to shift the collab just to play a game I can fit in anywhere, or even if I enjoyed it. And then Tuesday I had to catch up on Lurkit stuff, so I couldn't really keep putting that off any further in favor of Heritage either. So yeah, that's probably what tomorrow is going to be. That might be what I was thinking about before. I am working on some new model parts as well, so that's something to look forward to coming up. This is me doing my best job to stall as much as possible while I'm looking at things and thinking. This is totally not me just making things up to buy time. Nope, not at all. Not in the slightest. There was something else. There was one more thing. Like, one more very specific thing. Oh yeah, y'all probably didn't see it during the collab, but I did make a new reactive specifically for the Monster Hunter collabs of my, at the time, full Monster Hunter set that I had. I may end up updating it because the armor has changed since last session already. Or I may just leave it until I get another set that I'll be staying with longer. And the second statement there being the more likely one. Because I've still got so many other things I need to make happen. Just to put it bluntly. Believe it or don't, I've been looking at my raid list this entire time. And doing a very bad job of making a decision, to put it bluntly. Let me check this. Are you ending soon? Okay, they're literally going on break now. Also, I hate the new layout because I was looking for the timer for their stream and turns out it was at the top instead of the bottom, just like everything else now. So no, we won't go over there because they won't be there when we get there. Because I don't think I'm going to be able to stall that long. So we will find a time to go visit them later. Who are you? Where are you at right now? You're only an hour in. Yeah, you know, it's probably worth repaying on that score anyway. So sure, we'll go over there. Because Vera sent us a raid as part of a whole bunch the other day. How long ago was that at this point? Doesn't matter. Point being, it's worth returning the favor, and I've been meaning to look into them more anyway. So this all ends up working out. And Celeste with crowd control should be entertaining for all of you anyway. So we'll go ahead and get that timer started. Thank you all for taking the time to be here. I know this was maybe not as long as some people expected me to go. Possibly messier than anyone expected. I wouldn't say it was that messy other than the beginning with the visual issue we had. But other than that, it's cleaned itself out. And I'm just going to go back to the schedule one more time to make sure if anybody missed it, they hear it. Tomorrow we'll probably be going through and finishing Heritage. Saturday should be E7 Days to Die with the group. If not, I will run a backup game like another Lethal session or something. Monday will be the Monster Hunter Freedom Unite collab with Pazzy and Vale. And then Tuesday begins question marks all over again. By Saturday, maybe I'll figure out what I want to do on Tuesday. Hopefully by Monday I will. With all that said, have a good night, everybody. Be good to Vera, and I will see you tomorrow. Good night.